Abhishek Banerjee was summoned for the third time by CID to appear on Tuesday. But Abhishek Banerjee wrote a letter to CID citing he is unable to appear on Tuesday as he is currently in New Delhi. The case pertains to allegations that Mamata Banerjee's faction used forged signatures of TMC MLAs on a proposal submitted to the Assembly Speaker for recognition of the leader of opposition.
We are shifting our focus that today marks a milestone in Indian politics. Prime Minister Narendra Modi crossed a historic benchmark that has been the longest serving head of government in the office, beating Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's elected tenure, which was counted from 1952 when India held its first general election to 1964. Now, PM Modi has been in the office from 2014 till now, but that's not where it ends. Taken with his long period at the helm of Gujarat as the Chief Minister, PM Modi would be completing 25 years as the head of a government, state, central, later this year. Now, this is a quarter of the century of making a difference to the politics and governance of the country. It can easily be called the Modi era, where he has been the dominant political force. The PM Modi story is no longer just about elections. It is about political longevity, governance and legacy. Take a look.
June 10, a date that marks a political milestone. Prime Minister Narendra Modi crossed a major landmark. Another record to a career that has redefined India's political landscape. PM Modi became the longest serving elected Prime Minister, beating Jawaharlal Nehru. From a sweep in 2014 to an even bigger mandate in 2019 and a third term in 2024. PM Modi has built what many call India's most durable political brand in decades. But this story did not begin in Delhi. It began in Gujarat. PM Modi spent more than a decade as a chief minister, perfecting what became the Gujarat model of development. From digital payments to highway expansion to welfare delivery. Many flagship programs have been built around scale, speed and direct delivery. Demonetization, GST, Article 370 abrogation, Ram Mandir, CAA. Each move reshaped the national conversation.
देश के लोकप्रिय और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी 12 साल से इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। उनका सबसे ज्यादा आज तक के इतिहास में सबसे ज्यादा यशस्वी पूर्ण प्रधानमंत्री जी का कार्यकाल निभाने वाले नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक अलग पहचान उन्होंने बनाई है।
India's role in the Quad, G20 presidency, global South outreach and strategic balancing between major powers became central to the Modi doctrine. From a chai wala narrative to the longest continuous elected stint milestone, PM Modi's journey has already entered the history books, and it's not over yet.
Clearly marking his legacy, PM Modi. Now it's time to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere because there's a lot more lined up on the other side. Coming up, US Army strikes Iran after Trump confirms US helicopter shot down. Iranian media claims explosions heard across Iran.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son, call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning. Now, President Donald Trump has issued fresh launches and strikes of attack on Iran. We're going to give you all of those updates in the big breaking news that are going to be following in this bulletin. But first up, the headlines. PM Modi to create history, set to become India's longest continuously serving PM. 12 years of PM Modi government complete. PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11. "14 Kuki hostages held captive since May 13th to for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner." Congress candidate Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination rejected for Rajya Sabha polls, party delegation to meet ECI. Over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces opened fire on protesters in POK. Trump vows retaliation for downing US helicopters. CENTCOM launches fresh quote-unquote defensive strikes on Iran. At least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas and Manab. All right, viewers, we are getting a first breaking for this bulletin. Now, Iran's Revolutionary Guard, which is the IRGC, has said that it has launched a drone attack on the US Navy's 5th Fleet. This happened in Bahrain at about 2:30 a.m. local time on Wednesday. This has come after the CENTCOM has confirmed that it began self-defense strikes on Iran on Tuesday. Now, what we are understanding is that there has been a fresh strike that has taken place, and it has been confirmed by the CENTCOM that a self-defense strike on Iran has taken place on Tuesday. At least 7 of these US strikes have been reportedly targeted on the strategically important energy supplies of Bandar Abbas, of Manab, and of Keshav Islands, and in Sirik of the southern of Iran. On your television screens are fresh visuals, which are the strikes that took place where the United States has striked southern Iran. On your television screen right now, it has been clearly reported that these are retaliatory strikes, and IRGC has launched, they said that a drone attack on the US Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, and now the CENTCOM in retaliation of, or if I may say so, in self-defense, striked on Iran, and at least 7 of these US strikes have been reportedly targeted in Bandar Abbas, in Manab, in Keshav Islands, and in Sirik in the southern of Iran. I have my colleague Shivam joining us from the newsroom right now. Shivam, retaliatory strikes have taken place between the United States and Iran, and the US, and this entire West Asia war is setting to be resuming. Your understanding on this so far?
Yeah, clearly, Nayan, this is another escalation, and we are always back to square one when we talk about the West Asian conflict, because earlier things were improving, and it was Donald Trump who wanted peace, and there were Iranian strikes against Israel in a response to the attack that were being conducted by Israel against Hezbollah in Beirut, in the Lebanon regions, in many regions of Lebanon. Now, after that, Donald Trump asked Netanyahu not to continue the strikes, and Netanyahu did pay heed to his request also, as you can say. However, earlier, even after the request of Donald Trump, Israel had launched back the strikes against Iran as a response to the strikes of Iran by Israel. Now, after that, situation seemed to be normal, and however, there was a warning by Israel that if there are strikes, we will retaliate back and we will hit back harder. Now, after that, there was a report that a US Apache helicopter it went down. Either it was shot down, it was not confirmed earlier. But then Donald Trump himself had confirmed that the Apache helicopter, a sophisticated military helicopter, was shot down. Now, after the confirmation, he also added the very important fact that has to be noted, that it was shot down by the Iranians, that is the IRGC. Now, we must understand that there is a ceasefire, a truce, no matter how fragile it is, but it is in place, so that needs to be respected by both the parties. However, it was a patrolling Apache helicopter. It was patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz, and it happened because there were tensions already that were happening between Iran and Israel during that times, and maybe this might have been a miscommunication by the IRGC and the transfer of orders, or the sort of things which happen usually during war. Now, Donald Trump had said that we will respond, and we might respond, we must respond, and we have to act fast. And so he responded, and there were strikes which were confirmed by US CENTCOM. Now, after that, as you see, now US CENTCOM has also confirmed that yes, we have launched strikes, and they are proportional to the Iranian aggression. So they have responded to the Iranian aggression in their language, and they have struck. And after that, we had many reports. We have also many big breaking news developments. We'll also break those developments along of the strikes which happened, because the strikes have happened at many places, in Keshem, in Minab. All right.
Right. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news. Right now, Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said they have launched a drone attack, and the US has completed its strikes in response to Iran's attack on the Apache helicopters, which were taken down by the Iranian side. Now, meanwhile, what we understand is the United States Central Command, which is called the CENTCOM, and has sent its forces, and it's completed a self-defense strike against Iran, which was on June 9th, as of today, 2:30 a.m. local time. And the Commander-in-Chief has directed its response to the yesterday's downing of the US Army Apache helicopter. The West Asia war seems to be escalating, and clearly, right now, there is a proportional response from both the sides. And this operation that has been conducted from the United States side is now transiting its regional waters. Now, CENTCOM forces have struck the Iranian air defense, ground control stations, surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz with precision of munition from the US Air Force Navy fighter jets. Shivam, now what I also understand right now, it is not just the United Nations. When I speak about the United States CENTCOM, we're also talking about the Air Force, the Navy fighter jets, and they're working in an operation to give a proportional response to the recent attacks on the US forces. Now, what is it that can be understood from this proportional responses that have been taken from the other side as well?
Yeah, so this is a proportional response because, Donald Trump also did not want to escalate this further, and because he understands the repercussions, because Iran it was a clear miscalculation by the US military, by the US government, especially by Donald Trump, that they can continue a long war against Iran, because Iran had the drone technology, had the missile technology, and they had all of them at a very cheaper rate compared to the interceptors that you have when it comes comes to Israel, or the interceptors that you have when it comes to American military, Air Force or Army, or Navy. Now this has to be understood that Donald Trump wanted things to be in control. However, because of the escalation, and you understand that if somebody shoots down an US Apache helicopter, even though it's a fragile truce, or even though the pilots were not killed, and fortunately they were uninjured and they were safe, even then he was bound to respond, and he responded, and this has been confirmed by the Iranian media also. Now 7 strikes have taken place, that's what we are getting, and various strikes have been completed as per CENTCOM, the strikes that were launched. Now such messages are usually given to make the statement clear that yes, we have done our job, it was you who started and then it's us who has responded, and let's end it here. But however, it doesn't seem like that the IRGC is going to stop here. Now Saeed Abbas Arakchi also has given a statement that you must leave immediately, you must leave the Strait of Hormuz. So there is a clear-cut warning by the IRGC, by the Iranian regime right now. They're threatening the US military that if you want to be safe, you must leave this location, you can't stay here. And also IRGC is warning of more strikes right now. So we have also breaking development, we have to confirm, but our sources also tell that MQ-9 Reaper drone has also been shot down. So you can understand the magnanimity. There are sophisticated drones, sophisticated helicopters, and state-of-the-art military equipments that the US military has, and it's getting devastated. And it's a big setback, it's a big jolt to the US military, one after the other, to the US Navy, Air Force, one after the other. Earlier also, Nan, you must remember that their refueler tankers were struck, and they were struck hard, and the Donald Trump went into face-saving mode because their defense stocks even took a hit, because compared to the Iranian the warfare equipment that they have, the arsenal that they have, very cheap drones, the kamikaze Shahid drones, other drones that they have, which can be produced easily, faster, and are cheaper, and are difficult to intercept, and they launch their very expensive drones to intercept. And even the US military and the Israeli defense forces, they were out of interceptors, and you can understand, everybody speaks about Iron Dome, Arrow, David Sling, but the situation is not as good, and it's very difficult for replenishment, man.
Right, absolutely. Thank you, Shivam, for giving us all of those updates. Clearly, Strait of Hormuz is not international waters. What I also understand is that the Foreign Minister, Abbas Arakchi, is clearly operating from a space where he's kind of creating boundaries for the maritime that exist, and the boundaries are very clear from his side. Thank you, Shivam, for giving us all of those updates. Viewers, it's now time to shift our focus to Pakistan, where Pakistan's troubles in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir appear to be far from over. From what began as a protest movement has now escalated into a major confrontation between demonstrators and the Pakistani state. Now, with reports coming that the death toll has now risen, allegations of excessive force and fresh protests are spreading beyond POK to the United Kingdom. Now, questions are being raised about Islamabad's grip over the region, and then the government moves against the protest leaders. And the big question is now coming along, is Pakistan losing control over the POK? UK MP, whose name is Bob Blackman, in an exclusive conversation also spoke about the ongoing violence in the POK. Listen in to this excerpt from this conversation.
As the atrocities continue in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, as civilians get shot at by the Pakistan Army, the world is watching, and we saw a letter come in from the parliamentarians in the UK. Over 50 of them signed a letter questioning the Pakistan government and the Pakistan Army. So today we have with us Bob Blackman. Bob Blackman is a member of parliament from the UK, joining us on the broadcast. Bob Blackman, have you been monitoring the situation in POK, which is illegally occupied Kashmir?
As you quite rightly say, we have the illegal occupation of Kashmir by the Pakistani Army and Armed Forces. We've got the Pakistani Armed Forces now firing live ammunition on civilians in the illegal occupation of Kashmir by the Pakistani Army. And indeed, we've got obviously the challenge of their demands from the civilian population for action to be taken to allow them to protest and also to get reinforcement of their human rights. The rest of the world seems to not be actually calling on the Pakistanis to do very much here, and it seems to be very, very quiet. So thank you for highlighting this problem that is taking place currently in this illegally occupied part of Kashmir. As you say, a large contingent of British MPs have written to the Foreign Secretary asking for action and indeed asking for the Pakistani High Commissioner to be brought in to account for what's going on. The sad reality is, of course, that this has been going on for quite a long time and human rights have been suppressed. Also, what your viewers need to understand is the MPs that have written are the people that actually support the illegal occupation by Pakistan of Kashmir. This is the all-party parliamentary group for Kashmir, as they put it, but actually it's all this basically is the Pakistan side of the Kashmir argument. I have been at the forefront of saying, quite rightly, of course, that the whole of Jammu and Kashmir is part of India and it should be reunited in India. The Pakistani army should leave the valley. The terrorist bases should be dismantled and the whole of the area returned as was originally intended for the rule from India. There's an opportunity because of the security position in the whole of Jammu and Kashmir, if this happens, for great commercial activity, including the position in relation to commerce, tourism, hydroelectric projects, and handicrafts. And unfortunately, this is all getting in the way because of the security situation that's evolved. The good news, of course, is that we've had democratic elections in Pakistan occupied, in the Indian part of Kashmir, which is properly administered by India. Those elections have taken place and been very successful, and a true order of democracy is arising. And of course, there's been conferences and other activities in the area that India controls. Now we're getting the position whereby in Gilgit and Balochistan and other parts of the Kashmir Valley, where suppression is taking place by the Pakistani forces. It's quite clear that this should be called out, that the British government and all members of the United Nations should be calling on the Pakistani forces to desist and indeed make sure that we're in a position whereby the Pakistani withdraw from the territory and restore the state to its original position.
But you see, Mr. Bob Blackman, what happens is, Kashmir is ours. We believe that POK is also ours. It is our territory. And, just to let you know, today we had this, path-breaking tunnel being inaugurated called the Zojila Tunnel. It's at a breakthrough stage, which will help our forces reach our borders in just 12 minutes. It's a 13-kilometer tunnel, one of the best in the world, designed primarily to be functional around the clock. And you mentioned the elections in Kashmir. Yes, you're spot on there. We've had an elections, and Kashmir. The people of Kashmir are happy. The people of Kashmir are their lives have changed in the last 10 to 15 years. I can tell you that. And what we are hearing is that the people of POK have had enough of this Munir regime. And the reason why I say it's Munir regime, we all know that it is Asim Munir who calls the shot. He calls himself the field marshal. He calls the shots there. And you saw the pictures. It is the Pakistani army that is massacring people on the streets. They're being caught on camera, shooting point blank at protesters, at civilians. And now, if, God forbid, had this happened in India, there would have been global outrage. But I'm sad to note that it's sad to note that there is absolutely no global outrage. Of course, there are a few MPs from the UK, but apart from that, it's sad to see that countries like the US are allies, and they call Asim Munir to the White House, and the best of friends. They praise each other. It is such a shame. 30 people have been shot dead in cold blood, sir.
Indeed, and some of those, I believe, are British nationals. So there is a concern, obviously being expressed in the UK, about what has happened. I think what you're saying at the moment is, of course, the United States is relying on Pakistan to act as a mediator between the United States and Iran on trying to solve the problems of the Middle East. And so therefore the United States don't seem to want to do anything to upset the Pakistani government. The reality is, as you say, there is oppression on the streets in the illegally occupied part of Kashmir by Pakistan. The reality is, I agree with you completely. The whole of the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir is a sovereign part of India, and therefore it should be restored to that position. Equally, of course, I've long been calling for the Kashmiri Pandits who were forced at the point of a gun to leave the valley to have the right of return, to enable them to go back to their historic homes, if they so wish. Yes. But, of course, the security position has been such that many of those have been reluctant to do so anyway. What we've got to make sure of now is, as you quite rightly say, the United Nations should be taking action here. The American authorities, the British government, and everyone else who regards the position in relation to this long-standing dispute that has got to be resolved. And the reality is that if you've got an oppressive army literally shooting civilians on the street, that just demonstrates that actually the people of POK have had enough. Yes. They want to go back to the position whereby they're restored to the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir and restored to Indian rule.
Let's see where the story goes. We just hope that, we hear some more, voices, especially from the West, which most often loves to talk about Kashmir, but most often tends to overlook what happens in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Thank you, Mr. Bob Blackman, for speaking.
So can I just say, before I go, congratulations to Narendra Modi becoming the longest-serving elected Prime Minister in India tomorrow. And I hope that he continues in his beneficial rule for many, many years to come. He's done a remarkable job leading India over the past few years, and indeed, of course, leading the state of Gujarat before that. So, Jai Hind, Jai Modi ji.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bob Blackman. Good to talk to you.
Well, that was an exclusive conversation with Bob Blackman with our editor, Niranjan Narayan Swamy. Now it's time to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere because there's many news lined up on the other side. 14 Kuki hostages held captive since May 13 for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, On several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But, ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
ऑक्टोरोमा मैनुअल बाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है ये
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा
कमला पसंद सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद कमला पसंद पान मसाला
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it?
PM Modi to create history, set to become India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of PM Modi government complete. PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, Deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11. "14 Kuki hostages held captive since May 13 for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner." Congress candidate Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination rejected for Rajya Sabha polls, party delegation to meet ECI. And over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in POK. Trump vows retaliation for downing of US helicopter, that is the Apache, and CENTCOM launches fresh quote-unquote defensive strikes on Iran. At least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas, Minab. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and let's begin this bulletin with all the latest updates that we are getting from the West Asian conflict, because the war is on and we are back to square one. And as per the new reports, as per Iranian media reports, an American MQ-9 Reaper drone has been shot down in Bushehr. Big development, ladies and gentlemen. This is as big as it can be. Now, this is a Reaper drone, a state-of-the-art technology, a sophisticated drone of the US Army. The Reaper drone, the MQ-9 Reaper drone has been shot down. This is the latest that we are getting, and this is as per Iranian media reports, the IRGC, and this is being confirmed by the Iranian media just after the escalation by the US military, because there have been 7 strikes, various strikes at various places. Now we have the MQ-9 Reaper drone that has been shot down in Iran's Bushehr. This is a very big setback for the US military, for the US Air Force, for the US Navy, and for Donald Trump. Iranian media claims MQ-9 Reaper drone has been shot down in Bushehr. First on Republic, or this exclusive news, exclusive development, ladies and gentlemen, an MQ-9 drone has been shot down. These are the visuals of what exactly an MQ-9 drone is, and this is a state-of-the-art sophisticated MQ-9 drone which has been shot down by the IRGC as per the claims by the Iranian media. In this case, this is very big, very significant that we are getting a very big setback for the US military, that we are getting big development. MQ-9 drone shot down. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that big breaking news development that we are getting, and it is about the strikes. It is about the strikes that we are getting, the renewed strikes, and this is the US military which says that the strikes in response to Iran's attack on Apache, we have completed the self-defense strikes against Iran June 9 at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a US Army Apache helicopter. CENTCOM forces struck Iranian air defense, ground control stations and surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz with precision munitions from US Air Force and Navy fighter jets. The operation was a proportional response to recent attacks on US forces and international commercial ships transiting regional waters. Now, US forces remain vigilant and postured to defend against unjustified Iranian aggression. Now, that is that we are getting big breaking news development on the West Asian conflict, a big setback for the US military, for the US Air Force, because their Apache helicopter was shot down. And after that, there was a military response by the US Army, by the US military, in where 7 strikes took place, which was even confirmed by the Iranian media in various places, Bandar Abbas, Minab, Sirik. 7 strikes took place, and now we are getting even more reports. We are getting more reports that there might be strikes at other bases, at other US bases across the Middle East that might be happening, but we'll have to wait and watch for all the confirmation that we need to get on this, because Arakchi has warned that leave this location if you want to stay safe, and this is the clear-cut warning by Sayyid Abbas Arakchi, by Iran, and that you must leave the Strait of Hormuz, because the helicopter which was shot down, it was patrolling in the Strait of Hormuz, and this is the IRGC which claims complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, and now this war escalates to a level from where it's again getting difficult. It will be difficult for Donald Trump to come back, because there seems to be no end, one escalation after the other. There was also a big breaking news development where it was confirmed, it was claimed by the IRGC that they have struck the 5th fleet. They have struck the 5th fleet. Now that's what they are claiming to do. And now in a set of escalation, as you see, Iran's air defense ground stations and radars have been struck. That is what the CENTCOM says. This is very big, ladies and gentlemen. IRGC targets US Navy's 5th fleet in Bahrain with drones. That's what we are getting. All right, viewers, now let's focus on the Middle East conflict, the West Asian conflict. Now, the Middle East remains on edge as Israeli airstrikes pounded multiple locations across southern Lebanon, killing civilians and triggering fresh fears of escalation. Now, the strikes targeted areas in Nabatea and Tyre, with Israel also issuing a new evacuation warning for residents of the southern port city. Now, the attacks come just hours after Israel and Iran exchanged fire for the first time since the ceasefire brokered 2 months ago. Here's a report.
Fresh Israeli airstrikes target multiple locations across southern Lebanon. Several areas in Nabatea hit as explosions rocked the region. At least 8 people were killed in airstrikes on neighborhoods in Tyre. Several others wounded as rescue teams rushed to affected areas. Massive plumes of smoke rising above buildings. Israel issues fresh evacuation orders for residents of Tyre. The warning also covers the city's Christian neighborhoods. Israel claims Hezbollah operatives may be operating from the area. The latest Israel-Hezbollah conflict has killed around 3,500 people. More than 1.2 million people have been forced from their homes. The strikes come hours after Israel and Iran exchanged fire following months of relative calm. Even as Iran later signaled a halt to offensive operations, fears of a wider regional escalation continue to grow.
Right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Kyiv has intensified diplomatic efforts in a bid to force Moscow into direct talks to end the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Now, speaking in Estonia, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said Ukraine is building a clear diplomatic strategy to ensure that Russia does not believe the war can still yield any benefits for it. Now, he added that his troops' positions on the front lines are strong as forces continues to battle Russia's invasion of the country. Now, his visit to Estonia comes amid friction over Ukrainian drones straying into the region in recent months. Here's more into the story.
Dozens were injured and 3 people were killed in a Russian overnight attack on Ukraine's Kharkiv region. Meanwhile, Ukraine has stepped up efforts to push Russia towards peace talks. During his visit to Estonia, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky pointed out that Ukraine's defense forces have significantly strengthened their positions on the front lines, which could be an important factor to push the Kremlin to the negotiating table.
Українські позиції на фронті сильні. Росія втрачає щомісяця більше ніж 30 тисяч своїх солдатів убитими і важко пораненими. Сильний і наш далекобійний вплив на російську логістику, на російську нафтопереробку, на російське військове виробництво. У тимчасово окупованому Криму та у частині регіонів Росії вже дефіцит бензину і місяцями немає нормального зв'язку. Російський бюджет з пробоїнами. Треба тиснути далі і вивести Росію на дипломатичний трек.
He stated that he expects strong decisions from the EU regarding their future membership.
Дуже очікуємо сильні політичні рішення Європейського Союзу, які можуть і мають бути ухвалені вже влітку. Україна зробила все необхідне для відкриття всіх кластерів у перемовинах щодо нашого майбутнього членства. І саме зараз на найближчих зустрічах ЄС мають бути рішення щодо цього.
Zelensky accused Russia of trying to create divisions within the European Union, saying stray drones are often the result of electronic warfare interference and not deliberate actions by Ukraine. He added that Kyiv is ready to share its expertise with European partners to counter such threats and improve regional security.
Ми розуміємо, що робить Росія. Вона хоче ескалювати відносини всередині Європейського Союзу. Наприклад, коли йде наша відповідь на ті чи інші російські удари, і якщо в небі країн Латвії, Литви, Естонії з'являється російський дрон, зрозуміло для чого. І коли з'являється український дрон, ми розуміємо, що вони можуть змінювати курс наших дронів. Це не масово. Поодинокі такі випадки були завдяки системам радіоелектронної боротьби. Що для цього потрібно? Для цього потрібно ми почали працювати. Ми маємо вже досвід такої роботи з країнами Близького Сходу. Ми відправили свої експертні групи, вони навчили, показали, що робити. І це достатньо швидкі і сильні рішення. Ми зробили це в Близькому Сході і це спрацювало. Зараз ми готові зробити те саме з нашими близькими партнерами в Європі.
As of now, 11 drone strikes on Kharkiv have been confirmed, with 2 drones crashing without detonating. Zelensky and Estonian president agreed to work on cheaper ways to shoot down drones that have flown over Estonia. Zelensky said Ukraine is ready to share its drone defense expertise with European allies and can deploy expert teams at any time. Estonia, a key backer of Ukraine, said drone incidents may continue as the war drags on.
All right, viewers, now as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to become India's longest-serving continuously elected Prime Minister, he has received congratulatory messages from union ministers, political leaders, global dignitaries and prominent personalities from various fields. Now today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will complete 4,399 consecutive days in office, surpassing former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's record of 4,398 consecutive days served after the first general elections. Listen to Republic's senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor as he explains the significance.
12 years of Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister of India. 12 years as Pradhan Sevak of the country, as he might want to call himself. Now that's also about him surpassing a benchmark that happens today. At 4,399 days, Narendra Modi beats Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, as continuously elected PM in office. Now Nehru, of course, remains India's longest serving Prime Minister at 16 years and 286 days, or 6130 days, a landmark that Prime Minister Modi would reach only in 2032. But remember, of those 16 years and 286 days, Nehru was a selected Prime Minister for the first 5 years from 1947 to 1952, because the first general elections in the country were held in 1952 and Nehru took over from then on as the elected Prime Minister. Now we know that famous contest in which on the eve of independence, when the leader of the Congress had to be decided, 12 of the 15 state committees had chosen Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as their leader, and so he would have naturally become the Prime Minister. But Mahatma Gandhi intervened. He had a certain predisposition, predilection and a bias for Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and so he was chosen as the leader after Sardar Patel withdrew, deferring to Mahatma Gandhi. And so the crown went to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and he became the first Prime Minister of the country, and since then onwards, he was effectively uncontested leader of the country. That Congress, of course, was less a political party, more a freedom platform, and so all ideologies from Shama Prasad Mukherjee to K.M. Munshi to even those on the left, Nehru himself being a socialist, a Fabian socialist, found space and accommodation. Subsequently, of course, things changed, but you know, the comparison ends there. In many ways, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was a dynast. His father Motilal Nehru had been leader of the Congress party, and he was born with a silver spoon, unlike Narendra Modi, who was born in poverty in a poor family in Gujarat, and his rise to power was contested at every stage. He had to contest to find his space and to create a space for himself in the power politics of the country. He chose RSS as its vehicle, not for power politics, but for an ideology, and then subsequently the BJP. Now, Mahatma Gandhi it was not the first time Mahatma Gandhi, by the way, intervened between Sardar Patel and Nehru for the leadership contest. He had previously and equally famously intervened between Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and Pattabi Sita Ramaiah, but that's part of history. Now, Modi's rise, as I said, was contested at each stage. Now look at his days in BJP. Sometime in mid-90s, when the BJP was in power in Gujarat, there was a Shankar Singh Waghela rebellion against Keshubhai Patel as the chief minister. But in reality, the rebellion was against Narendra Modi, who, as advisor to Keshubhai Patel, wielded a lot of influence and power over government, and Shankar Singh Waghela and many around him did not like. There were other issues also, but that was the first big rebellion that Narendra Modi faced in politics. Subsequently, the big tempest of 2002 in Gujarat, the communal riots, the violence, he weathered it with some patience. And remember the fact that 2004 onwards, there was Congress-led UPA in power. And between 2007 and 2012, Gujarat faced another round of political rebellion against Narendra Modi, the then chief minister, led by Keshubhai Patel at that time. And with Congress in power, with all the investigations going on and the court cases going on, not just of the riots but also of the encounters, those were very difficult times, and Narendra Modi still weathered them, rose through those headwinds, and by 2012 the Supreme Court of India gave him a clean sheet in all the riot cases and many of the encounter cases. But his struggle still did not end. 2012 to 2014 is the period when the Advani-led BJP at the center had a lot of resistance against Modi's climb to national leadership or natural claim to national leadership. But Narendra Modi negotiated with some deft handling coming in from his friends like Arun Jaitley in Delhi, and ultimately, against all tides, he became the Prime Minister of India in 2014. Now, how have those 12 years been since 2014? That's a period in which Narendra Modi has defined and redefined the political landscape of the country from a Nehruvian India in some ways or the other till 2014 to now, where we can actually say that much of Nehru's legacy has been jettisoned, from our foreign policy to our national security doctrine, which is much more muscular in terms of foreign policy, more India-centric in terms of security policy, much more focused on being a hard state and projecting hard power, as we have seen from the surgical strikes to Operation Sindoor recently. And that's not all. If you look at other things, for example, Prime Minister Modi is impulsively of the belief that India should work on wealth creation in a manner that the overall pie available for the rest of the population grows, which is facilitating capital, and at the same time distribution and redistribution of that wealth in a manner that some people actually call it more socialist government than even Nehru's, though of course it's not the case, because he's equally focusing on wealth creation to facilitating capital which was not the case in Nehruvian India. And then we have seen parallel scripting of a certain other narrative, which is decolonization of India's mind and India's landmarks. If you look at, for example, from small legacies like reimagining and Lutyens' Delhi, from new parliament to the entire new government architecture along the Kartavya Path itself renaming of the Rajpath. Now that's a very small nuance, but that carries a lot of insights into how Modi's mind works. The erstwhile Rajpath was just a renaming of Kingsway of the British times. So Indianization was not there. Now it is there. And it's not just about changing names, it is about decolonizing the mindset. So Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's statue at India Gate, to removing the Lutyens' bust at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, to renaming of the islands in the Andaman Islands, including Ross Island, in the name of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose again. There is an ideological underpinning, for example, in renaming Aurangzeb Road as APJ Abdul Kalam Road, or finding a road and naming it in the name of Dara Shikoh, the moderate, liberal, younger brother of Aurangzeb, elder brother of Aurangzeb. And then the three big ones: abrogation of Article 370, building of the Ram temple at Ayodhya, of course, after the Supreme Court judgment, which has had its own trajectory, not necessarily because Modi was in power, but then he completed the task. And then, of course, the triple talaq law, pending a full uniform civil code, which is a work in progress, and in many states it has already been brought in. Taken together, these three projects completed under Narendra Modi as Prime Minister are in many ways the antithesis of what Nehru stood for, or what Nehru's India stood for. So in that sense, this landmark also is in many ways a juxtaposition of Modi's India versus Nehru's India. And while speaking of surpassing of Nehru's record, PM Modi perhaps envisioned in its totality. So for example, the Teen Murti Museum, which was dedicated just for Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, not just renaming it, redoing it in the form of Prime Minister's Museum, now dedicated to all Prime Ministers of India since independence. And second one, final one, the Statue of Unity at Kevadia Colony at the Sardar Sarovar Dam in Gujarat is in many ways a rehabilitation of Sardar Patel, who had been sidelined under the Nehru-Gandhi dispensation. The Gandhi, of course, Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, to give rightful place to Sardar Patel, which was perhaps denied to him by none other than fellow Gujarati Mahatma Gandhi. And in that sense, those 12 years have been reimagining India, and the journey continues. Narendra Modi remains Prime Minister, today completing 4,399 days in office, and thus breaking Nehru's record as continuously elected Prime Minister for 12 years.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. 14 Kuki hostages held captive since May 13 for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। राजा आरती और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। राजा आरती और मसाला।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। राजा आरती और मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that corpse claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. My name is Nayan and I'm joined by my colleague.
I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. And then with a lot lined up for our viewers. Fresh escalation has been reported. Now we understand that Iran has stricken US Navy's 5th fleet after attacks over the Apache chopper downing. So what we see are strikes and counter strikes between the US and Iran. So the escalation has gone one notch up, Nayan.
Absolutely, and we're going to give you all of those updates. But first up, the headlines. PM Modi to create history, set to become India's longest continuous serving Prime Minister. He's set to complete 12 years.
PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, deputy CMs in NDA states and union territories on June 11th.
14 Kuki hostages held captive since the 13th of May for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner.
Congress candidate Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination rejected by the Rajya Sabha. For the Rajya Sabha, polls and party delegation will be meeting the Election Commission of India.
Over 50 dead and 200 injured as security forces opened fire on protesters in POK.
Trump vows a retaliation for downing of US helicopter. Now we understand that the US has launched fresh quote-unquote defensive strikes on Iran.
At least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas and Minab.
Okay, so a fresh escalation has begun, and now Iran's Revolutionary Guard said that they launched a drone attack on the US Navy's 5th fleet in Bahrain at 2:30 a.m. Wednesday local time. This comes after we understand that the Central Command in the US has confirmed that it began self-defense strikes on Iran on Tuesday.
Now, at least 7 of the US strikes have been reportedly targeted, and these have come on strategically important places like energy supplies of Bandar Abbas, Minab, the Kesham Islands, and these are important energy centers in the southern of Iran. What we understand that the strikes took place in Bahrain at around 2:30 a.m. local time, and now the IRGC has said that it has, in retaliation, launched a drone attack on the US Navy's 5th fleet in Bahrain.
That's right. Okay, so the US military has launched strikes against Iran in response to the Iranian forces downing a US Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. And we see that President Trump is seeking a deal to end the war. So this is very, very concerning because President Trump had said that there will be a peace deal. However, there are escalations between US and Iran themselves today. So we will get our viewers all these updates coming in on Republic TV. But the latest is that US forces have been launching rounds and rounds of strikes in Iran with air defense systems and radars among the targets. This is a developing story, by the way, Nayan, but Iran has vowed and response
Absolutely. In fact, the IRGC has launched a drone attack against the US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, and IRGC is not stopping there. It has warned that further military measures could follow if the Americans and their operations continue. In fact, the Iranian officials have confirmed that damage at several locations in southern Iran, including Sirik, the Keshem Island, have witnessed these attacks, and Iran is, of course, strongly condemning the attacks and quickly announcing retaliatory action. On your television screen, reports from across Iran where explosions are witnessed, and now sirens across Bahrain can be heard across Bahrain.
Right, okay, so we're getting these updates coming in, viewers. Let's tell you that the US has launched strikes on Iran after President Trump accused the country of shooting down a US helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us from a Republic newsroom. Let's go straight across to Shivam, who's joining us. Shivam, okay, so what is happening is that President Trump has said there would be a peace deal with Iran very soon, but now we understand that US itself has gone ahead and launched rounds and rounds of strikes against Iran, escalating the situation. Shiva.
Yeah, the situation has pretty much escalated, as you can see, because yesterday, as you saw, there was a big development where an Apache was shot down, or it fell down, as they earlier said, and then it was confirmed that it was shot down. And Donald Trump confirmed the fact that it was shot down, and he had the intelligence, he got the reports from his military that it was shot down by the IRGC. But that means the Iranian army, the Iranian military in this case, and that means, and he clearly said that we need and we must respond to that, and we have to respond to that, and there were responses to that. Now, the kind of responses that you have, and the CENTCOM has said that we have responded, and these are proportional. These are proportional to the strikes that have been the aggression that has been given, that has been done by Iran in this case. Now, coming to the point, the kind of strikes which they called it self-defense strikes. However, the Iranian media has confirmed that they have received the input of 7 strikes at 7 locations, now which includes the Keshem, the Minab, the Sirik, and at various other locations. Now, as we speak right now, various US air bases are getting hit right now, or are becoming a target of the IRGC. So again, Shivangi, and then we are back to square one. We should understand the fact that there were efforts for de-escalation by Donald Trump, because there was escalation after Iran attacked Israel in response to the Israeli attacks in Lebanon against the Hezbollah. Now the escalation has gone further. Now air sirens are being heard in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and we are getting reports. We are waiting for the confirmation on most of that. But our sources tell that the entire Middle East region is right now active as we speak, because of the engagements that we see. Air sirens are being heard. Explosions are being heard as we speak right now, ladies and gentlemen. And this is escalating to a level which should not have been. There are already tensions across the globe. The prices of oil are rising as a response to the West Asian conflict, and you can clearly understand that various air bases are being hit right now, and becoming target, and air sirens are being heard over Bahrain, over Kuwait, and at various places. Shivangi.
Right, thank you, Shivam. Stay with us in the newsroom. Shivam, we have more breaking news that's coming in right now. According to Iranian media, an American MQ-9 Reaper drone has reportedly been shot down over jam in southern Iran's Bushehr province. Now, this has come after the US has confirmed launching at least 7 strikes across cities in the southern Iran and on islands along the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we understand the Strait of Hormuz is a strategically important energy center. Meanwhile, the latest developments of the US Central Command says that they have completed a defense strike on Iran. However, they are postured in the region to defend again any future Iranian aggression. Now, Iran, on the other hand, has confirmed that the IRGC has launched drone strikes on the US Navy's 5th Fleet base in Iran.
That's right. So big updates coming in here, viewers. MQ-9 Reaper drone shot down in Bushehr. it's very important to know, viewers, right now that, and I want to go back to maybe in a short while to our colleague Shivam, who will also be joining us from a newsroom. It's very important to know that Iran is signaling it is willing to directly target American military infrastructure in the Gulf. That's also very concerning, Shivam. So what we see is that IRGC has launched a drone strike on the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, the base in Bahrain, which means Iran is directly targeting the U.S. bases in the Gulf region. And that is very concerning because earlier we saw Iran's proxies target the U.S. bases in the Gulf region.
Yeah, you understand the fact that there have been US fleet movements and even their aircraft carriers, two of them around the Middle East for the West Asian conflict, but there were maneuvers when there was even threat to their aircraft carriers. Now, IRGC has many a times claimed that they have hit their 5th Fleet or other fleets, and they even went on to claim that there was fire in their aircraft carrier. Now, but these are developments, and you cannot deny the fact that Iran does possess the capability, the firepower to wreak havoc when it comes to the US military, because Strait of Hormuz is not very close to Washington, so that they can easily manage with all their military might and the naval might. They're very far, and that's the point, and Iran is very close to the war zone, to the battle zone, and it's their conflict. They have the drones, they have the kamikaze boats, as you can say, the suicidal boats, and it's very cheap for Iranian regime. It's very cheap for them to fight this war and continue this war. Now, the US 5th Fleet, Shivangi, it's the main naval force of the United States in the Middle East. It's headquartered at Bahrain, and you must understand the fact that there have been also developments in Bahrain. There have been sirens over Bahrain also, and the Ministry of Bahrain has also launched, have also given advisory to its citizens that sirens have been heard and the explosions have been heard. So
hold on for a second there. Yes. Shivam, hold on for a second. We're getting some more breaking news coming in for our viewers. This is a developing story, by the way, viewers. Iran's Revolutionary Guard launches missile attack on U.S. base in Jordan, and the news agency has reported this. A huge update. Nayan, like we were talking about earlier, this time Iran is directly targeting these U.S. bases in the Gulf region. This is very, very important to understand because we have seen and that this has not played out well. In the past, we have seen this raises questions about the risk of a broader US-Iran war. Things getting worse than they already are.
Absolutely. In fact, Tehran says these are the retaliatory attacks after the US has striked in self-defense. But what we're getting right now, there's a missile attack that has been taken place on the US base in Jordan. And now definitely there is an escalation that we're seeing by the hour, Shivangi. All of this started late Wednesday night. And as we can see, it's only getting into a spiral.
That's right. Let's go straight across to the next set of breaking news coming in for our viewers. Iran, this is the reports, by the way, Iran is going ahead and continues to strike, but Kuwait is intercepting missiles in the airspace. Now, we will get our viewers all these updates coming in on Republic TV because we understand that the Gulf regions have their own deterrence systems and those have become very, very active. So Kuwait going ahead and intercepting missiles in its airspace. Let's go to you, Nayan, and we'll also go to Shivam in a short while from now. Yes, Nayan, go ahead. Let's go to Shivam, Nayan, and ask him what the latest is and why this is a very significant development.
Yeah, because this is the retaliatory strike by now Iran, as you can see, because after the US strikes, now Iran has started retaliating. And yes, multiple reports of Kuwait activating their air defense and interceptions of incoming missiles and drones have been reported after the latest US strikes on the Iranian targets. So this is clearly a response after the US targets, because Iran is not going to back down. It's not going to stay there and just not respond and not escalate the entire situation, because they have started this and they blame the US for all the aggression. And after the Apache helicopter was shot down, there was a US response, and now IRGC will keep on responding. But we'll have to wait for what Donald Trump has to say. We're waiting for his response also. But this is the the latest that we are getting about from Kuwait, where Kuwait has activated its air defense systems. Now, there are bases in various parts of the Middle East when we speak about United States military. So in protection of that, because the IRGC claims that all the bases in the entire Middle East, which are of US, are legitimate military targets for the IRGC. So as a response, the IRGC, because it's close, it's very, the proximity is there, so it has again started attacking. So we are back to square one. We are again back to the similar war scenario that we used to see. There will be air sirens across the Middle East. Now, this has just started. There are reports from Jordan, there are reports from Bahrain, there are reports from Kuwait that we are getting right now. And Kuwait has reportedly intercepted hostile missiles and drones. Right now in its airspace. Bahrain has also activated air raids.
Hold on for a second there. We're getting some more breaking news coming in now, and what is it about?
Right, sirens are now being sounded across Bahrain amidst the strikes, and these sirens are blaring after the US fleet in Bahrain was hit by Iran. Now Bahrain sounds its missile alert sirens as Iran has said it targeted the island nation to retaliate the US strikes. On your television screen is a big breaking news that we're getting. Ladies and gentlemen, Bahrain sounds its missile alert sirens as Iran said it targeted island nations to retaliate for the US strikes.
Yes, the sirens blaring after US fleet in Bahrain was hit by Iran. Okay, let's go straight back to my colleague who's joining us. Shiva, I'm coming across to you right now. Of course, we see that security measures have been heightened all across the Gulf region. What's the latest that we are breaking? Because we understand that even Iran has responded and Iran has made it very clear, despite its defeats on the battlefield, the US opted to test our determination. This is what Iranian foreign minister has just written on social media.
Yeah, because Iran has clearly warned against any future strikes and against any aggression. That's what we are getting. And Saeed Abbas Arakchi also said that you must leave this place immediately if you want to stay safe. So that's the kind of response that we are getting from the Iranian regime. But coming back to the story, what we are getting right now, Bahrain, sirens are being heard in Bahrain. We'll also have another development on Bahrain. We'll break the breaking news in a short while. But right now, sirens have been sounded in Bahrain, and advisory has been given by the Ministry of Bahrain, the Interior Ministry of Bahrain, to its citizens that you must stay inside, that you must not venture outside, and stay ready. We are giving you live updates on what we are getting. The alarm siren has been activated. Let me read exactly what the Ministry of Interior Bahrain has to say. They say the alarm siren has been activated. We urge citizens and residents to remain calm, head to the nearest safe location, and follow updates through official channels. So this is Ministry of Bahrain Interior official response, an official tweet, and they're saying the siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So they have made two posts when it comes to their official social media platform X account. So they are warned, and also because there's imminent threat to Bahrain also. Bahrain also, because if you have a base in your country that's of US, you might risk yourself for a IRGC
Shivam, we're getting
strike.
another big breaking news. Please stay with us. Right now, there is a big breaking news that's coming that missiles have been targeted at the F-35 hangars at the air base in Jordan. Now, there's a big claim that the Iranians say that the US F-35 hangars are hit in Jordan, and the US air base is hit in Jordan. And this is what the IRGC has said, that it has targeted 4 sites of the US Al-Azraq base in Jordan using long-range missiles. And the IRGC also says that the target also included F-35 fighter jet hangars and command and control centers. And it has warned that it is ready to deliver a crushing and decisive response if United States attacks any further. Clearly, a big confrontation is in process. Both the sides are absolutely in a retaliatory mode right now.
That's right. I want to go back to Shivam, who's joining us. Shivam, we'll try to put out some more official reactions which have come in from the US Central Command and from Iran. But I'll just read out what the US Central Command has said. It said the mission of US is proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. This is what the US Central Command has said. Right. Coming in the backdrop of US airbase being hit in Jordan, this is what the Iranian army is claiming. That means we can expect US to perhaps go ahead and continue even more retaliatory strikes.
Yeah, these are retaliatory strikes, and then they say that this is self-defense strikes. So you can understand the language, Shivangi. Donald Trump did not want it to escalate, but fate had it otherwise, as you can see. Now, this is the latest that we are getting, and the update is the F-35 hangars in Jordan were hit, and this is by the IRGC. Iran says that its long-range... Yeah, this is F-35 hangars were hit in Jordan, and this comes from Iranian Revolutionary Guard, IRGC. This is Muwafaq Salti Azraq Air Base in Jordan that we are getting, including the F-35 fighter jet hangars and a command and control center. So there are various claims and counterclaims that we are getting, and F-35. Once again, one setback after the other for the US military, for the US Navy, for the US Air Force. You remember MQ-9 Reaper, state-of-the-art, modern, sophisticated drone. IRGC claims it has been hit. Apache helicopter, state-of-the-art, sophisticated attack helicopter, one of the best in the world, has been shot down by the IRGC. This Donald Trump has confirmed. Now, their defense stocks have taken a rock-bottom hit. They have taken a big hit earlier also, and now clearly establishes that the war, economics of war has completely changed, and Iran proves it that it can fight a prolonged war, and it's not afraid of the sophisticated weaponry that is in possession of the US military. F-35 being hit and their air defenses being unable to intercept. Now, I have been time and again repeating the very fact and reiterating the very fact that the US military, the Israeli Defense Forces are out of interceptors, and also their interceptors are quite expensive to fire and to attack the cheap Shahed drones that are being fired by the IRGC, or the cheap missiles that are being fired by the Iranian regime in this case. So you clearly understand the war economics is not in favor of the US military, is not in the favor of the IDF, it's not in favor of the Israel, it is in the favor of the Iranian regime, and Iranian regime, even after taking multiple blows and various setbacks, is on the war, and it can continue the war for a very long time. They have huge stockpiles even till now that they can use, because their weaponry is underground. You must understand the fact their drones, their jets, their missiles, most of it is underground, and you have no intel. You can't bombard with your sophisticated fighter jets, Shivangi.
Shivam, hold on for a second. We understand that multiple explosions are being reported as well on Qasem Island as strikes shake southern Iran. Viewers, US strikes have hit islands in Strait of Hormuz. So let's go back to my colleague Nayan as well. Nayan, now what we understand, and we'll go to Shivam also in a short while from now, is that the US is targeting Iranian areas. Multiple blasts reported in Qasem Island, and we see that the US had earlier said that they will be responding proportional to Iranian aggression. Iran says that it is the US which is being aggressive.
Absolutely. In fact, now all of this aggression is taking new turns, with multiple blasts now being reported in Qasem Island, which is in the southern of Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell you that the Qasem Island is one of the most important energy centers of Iran, and now the US has targeted these Iranian islands along with the Strait of Hormuz, and now blasts have been reported, not one, not two, but multiple of these blasts in the Qasem Island. In fact, Iranian islands in the Hormuz have hit in the US strike, as what we understand.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Shivam is joining us. Multiple blasts reported in Qasem Island, and Iranian islands in Hormuz have been hit in the US strike. Strait of Hormuz, of course, becoming very sensitive once again, Shiva.
Yeah, definitely become very, very active. And again, we are saying the very fact that Iran knows that it has the upper hand in this case, and it knows that if it can continue its strikes, and also if Donald Trump makes a mistake, because Qasem Island also, that what we are getting, the Qasem Island was also struck in this. The energy facilities are very close in that location also. Minab was hit again, and Sirik was hit again when we talk about in the Strait of Hormuz during this escalation. Now, the various bases are being hit right now as we speak. Now, this becomes a big threat for the US military right now. And the multiple blasts have been reported in Qasem Island, which is very serious. And this is US military does this as a warning, more of a warning to Iran, that if you extend this war, or if you prolong this war, or you escalate this further, we might hit your energy resources. Now, you must understand that some hits, if they are done in the Qasem island, there will be the point of, it will move on to the point of no return, because if you hit energy resources, Iran will also respond, and then entire Middle East becomes a war zone, and there will be repercussions for the entire Middle Eastern countries. So that is being avoided by the US military also, Shivangi.
That's right. Okay, Shivam, hold on with us for a moment there. And Nayan, we have to take a short break right now. This is a developing story, by the way, viewers. So we will be getting our viewers all the top updates. What is coming up next now, Nayan, on Live this morning?
Right, we'll tell you what's coming up next. But right now it's time to slip into a short break. Coming up, at least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas and Manab.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false illegal or wrong to public attention, it is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial.
Hello and a very good morning. My name is Nayan. I'm joined by my colleague Shivangi here. We're watching live this morning, but you know, the whole escalation of the West Asia war, Shivangi, started with Iran hitting the US Apache helicopters, and now one after another there are retaliatory strikes that have been seen between Iran and the United States, and now the focus goes back to the West Asia conflict.
That is right. And what about the peace deal that Donald Trump said would be signed very soon? What about the ceasefire, which is basically hanging by a thread? Right. Nayan, we will get our viewers all those updates, and we also have a defense expert who will join us live to help us understand what exactly is happening in West Asia. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
PM Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving PM. 12 years of PM Modi government complete.
PM Modi to chair meetings with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11th.
14 Kuki hostages held captive since the 13th of May for 27 days, formally to be released in a peaceful manner.
Congress candidate Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination rejected for Rajya Sabha polls. Party delegation to meet Election Commission of India.
Over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces opened fire on protesters in POK.
Trump vowed retaliation for downing of US helicopters. Central Command launches fresh quote-unquote defensive strikes on Iran.
At least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas, Minab.
And viewers, let's go ahead and tell you exactly what's happening. Iranian Foreign Minister has now put a social media post on X and says, and I quote here, despite its defeats on the battlefield, the US opted to test our determination. Our powerful armed forces will leave no attack or threat unanswered. And he says, Nayan, leave our region if you want to be safe.
That's right. History of the Persian Gulf has many chapters, he said, on the dire fates of intruding outsiders. He's calling United States as an intruding outsider on his social media post on X and is repeatedly urging the United States to remember the history of the Persian Gulf as it has had many chapters of dire fate of the intruding outsiders. All right, Shivangi, we have our guest joining in very soon. But it's interesting, these statements are actually military escalations, and it depends on the subsequent actions of both sides. They're not rhetoric themselves at present. These remarks should be understood primarily as a warning and a declaration of intent rather than description of a planned operation.
That's right. Okay, so the US strikes are over, by the way. The US military said it has completed the strikes against Iran, and what it said was a retaliation of the downing of an Army Apache helicopter. And Tehran has responded, like we told our viewers. The IRGC said it launched strikes against US targets in the region, including military sites in Bahrain and Jordan. Okay, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. We're being joined by Colonel Rajiv Bagga, defense expert, joining us live. And thank you for joining us live here on Republic TV. We are live this morning. Colonel, now what exactly is going on? Because Donald Trump said that the peace deal is very, very near. What happened to the peace deal? Why is US escalating when it comes to Iran, when they said that the peace deal is not too far away?
Good morning to you. Am I audible to you now? Audible? Okay. Well, you know that in the past, whatever this war has taken a shape, it certainly has given us that US, they violated international law, and by striking and carrying out strikes on our schools, and thereafter they sent their fighters also, which were brought down by Iranian.
Right. Colonel Bagga, I think we'll fix that audio for you. Let's fix that audio for a guest. But Nayan, I think we're getting a lot of breaking news coming in. I think we have Colonel Bagga back with us. Colonel Bagga, firstly, can you hear us?
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Absolutely. You can go ahead.
All right. I personally feel that US, despite of carrying out diplomatic talks or creating a platform, the world is certainly waiting what exactly is going to come out. But still, if you say that why the helicopter was brought down, we need to really take a note. In past also, US has not really given any kind of respect to international forum. There is certainly no requirement to violate somebody's sovereignty. Now it comes to what expelled Iran in a swift retaliation. The US Central Command says it is unleashed multi-wave airstrike targeting critical Iranian infrastructure. But
right. Okay. We will go ahead to our guest in a short while from now. But let's tell our viewers, Nayan, exactly what is happening. Explosions were also heard in Iran in 3 strategic locations around the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran's state-run broadcaster reported the strikes hit 2 water reservoirs, cutting the area's water supply. Now, we talk about the Apache downing. 2 U.S. officials and the helicopter were brought down by an Iranian drone. And so basically, all in all, Nayan, what we are seeing is there's a lot of escalation. Drones being shot down, then Iran going ahead and striking U.S. bases in the Gulf air defense systems being activated to stop the missiles. There's a lot going on here in the West Asia conflict.
That's right. You know, in fact, speaking from the US CENTCOM point of view, they describe this operation as a proportional response. And back again, we have Colonel Rajiv Bagga joining us. Colonel, if you can hear us, my question to you is, what practical military options does Iran actually have, you know, to enforce this threat, you know, when it says leave the region? That's what it's telling the United States. Leave the region, otherwise you're going to get into bigger trouble.
You see, Iranian, if you talk about the tactical position of Iranian, they are very strong. You know, like that configuration of the geographical configuration, terrain analysis they have carried out very well, very much in advance. I'll say they prepare for this war for past 2 decades, I would say. If you see the terrain aspect of Iranian, why US has not, in today's scenario, they are able to establish a foothold at, you can say, at the Strait of Hormuz. The reason is very simple, that the configuration of the Iranian geography is so complicated that the ships, if they enter in that region, will certainly suffer a heavy losses. If you talk about the aircraft, any aircraft from the US side coming, the air defense system and the bombers Iranians are having, there is no question that in this region.
Right.
So, what I'm trying to say, it is that they have done this adventure type of by escalating the war again. And when there was a chances of having any diplomatic, you know, like we can push the entire Gulf diplomatic platform so that the peace prevails. So at present, Iranians are absolutely on a very strong ground.
Right. Yes. So, Colonel Bagga, you know, we are also trying to discuss here, when we talk about these strikes, according to you, who is the escalating party here? Who is the party which is escalating? Because US is saying that we gave Iran an appropriate response, and Iran is saying, leave our region if you want to be safe. They both look equally guilty, but according to you, who is escalating?
It is basically absolutely and very clear to the US. And no country will tolerate that there is some foreign body is there in the water. And certainly, the Iranians also conveyed a very clear-cut message to the world and into the other Gulf countries. Look, if we are accommodating the US, we will strike you. And US is also have created a blockade which is really giving a greater impact. You know that, I will say that economy of the world is certainly shattering. If it comes to the war, US need to really take a check on it and need to really de-escalate the entire war. That is the only solution to the present crisis.
That's right. Well, Colonel Bagga, I really wanted to hold on for a second there. We're getting some more updates for our viewers. Let's move ahead. Nayan, what do we have next? We'll talk about what's happening in the Middle East.
Right. In fact, the Middle East remains on an edge as Israeli airstrikes pounded multiple locations across southern Lebanon, killing civilians and triggering fresh fears of escalation. Now, the strikes targeted areas in Nabateh and also Tyre, with Israel also issuing new evacuation warnings for residents across the southern port. Now, attacks come just hours after Israel and Iran exchanged fire for the first time after the ceasefire brokered 2 months ago. Here's a report.
Fresh Israeli airstrikes target multiple locations across southern Lebanon. Several areas in Nabateye hit as explosions rocked the region. At least 8 people were killed in airstrikes on neighborhoods in Tyre. Several others wounded as rescue teams rushed to affected areas. Massive plumes of smoke rising above buildings. Israel issues fresh evacuation orders for residents of Tyre. The warning also covers the city's Christian neighborhoods. Israel claims Hezbollah operatives may be operating from the area. The latest Israel-Hezbollah conflict has killed around 3,500 people. More than 1.2 million people have been forced from their homes. The strikes come hours after Israel and Iran exchanged fire following months of relative calm. Even as Iran later signaled a halt to offensive operations, fears of a wider regional escalation continue to grow.
Let's get some more breaking news coming in. Nayan, Iran has slammed the US and Israel in the Security Council, accusing the nations of double standards. A certain number of members at the behest of the United States repeated baseless allegations against Iran's peaceful nuclear program. This is what Iran is saying, parroting US and Israeli regimes' disinformation campaign, Nayan.
Now, Iran has accused the West of double standards. Iran blasts at US. And Israel at the UN Security Council claims, while Tehran rejects its claims over the nuclear program. Now also, Iran says that the UNSC meeting lacks any legal basis.
That's right. Well, getting these back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. If we have a guest, then we can go back to our guest in a short while. And, okay, we have our guest with us.
Right.
We have Major General Rajan Kochar also joining us here, and Colonel Bagga also joining us. I want to welcome Major General Rajan Kochar now on this broadcast. Major General, we were discussing this earlier. We have already seen that Iran is blasting Israel and US over its nuclear program, because Iran looks at its nuclear program as something for energy enrichment, for its long-term future. But US and Israel think that they're trying to become a more powerful nuclear nation. And that is why we see the peace deal being stuck again and again.
Good morning. You see, this contention of Iran that its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes cannot be accepted. The fact is that they have an enrichment of around 60% or so. When you're having a nuclear program for your energy or peaceful, your enrichment should not be more than 3 to 4%. So the very fact that 450 kg of enriched uranium to the extent of 60% is being held by Iran, it suggests that Iran was working towards a nuclear bomb, a nuclear warhead, and that was cause of concern. Secondly, the IAEA inspections also, which because if you know that Iran is a member of NPT, and IAEA inspections also were not being the accessibility was not being given in all the areas which the IAEA wanted, and there was a suspicion also by the IAEA that Iran was hiding its nuclear intentions. So, considering the fact that the enrichment uranium was of this nature, I think it was liable that the United States would get concerned, and therefore the connivance of Pakistan also in this entire nuclear program cannot be wished away. I can, if you recollect, a couple of years back, the A.Q. Khan, who was the instrumental in starting Pakistan's nuclear bomb, he made a statement that centrifuges were clandestinely moved from Pakistan to Iran, and because of this availability of centrifuges, the nuclear program of Iran got an acceleration. So Pakistan has been largely instrumental in bringing up this nuclear program of Iran. And coming to the present situation in the Security Council, what the Iran is trying to mention, I don't think these statements have a great merit. And I think world at large is concerned that in case Iran has this nuclear capability, it will.
Major Kocha, I'll have to interrupt you there, Major Kocha. We're getting a big breaking news coming in. Please stay with us there. Now, Shivangi, it's got to be heard that F-35 hangars are destroyed in IRGC in a missile attack on the US airbase in Jordan. Now, as per the Iranian news reports, 4 important targets at the US airbase in Al-Arzaq, Jordan, were attacked by the IRGC.
That's right. I want to go back to our guest on this. Colonel Bagga perhaps can come in here. Colonel Bagga, the story is Iran is saying and targeting that they will continue going ahead and striking US bases in the Gulf region. That is what we are breaking right now, that Iran is targeting US bases in the Gulf region, which is very, very concerning because we saw Iran's proxies earlier target US bases in the Gulf region. Yes, Colonel.
Yes, if the Iranians as earlier I mentioned that 5 minutes back, that Iranians, they certainly gave a very strong message to the entire Gulf countries. Look, you need not to, accommodate US in any form. But they said that they are not against it. They definitely want a healthy relation with the other countries. But despite of that, they are still accommodating, and it is a kind of a direct threat to the Iranian. They need to understand that part. If Iranians are carrying out a strike on any military basis or air bases by their missiles or aircrafts or whatever, it is primarily for their self-defense. And what exactly the US and other Israel have done in that region is totally created a turbulence by creating some sort of a havoc. I will say that it is for Israelis. If I talk about Israel, I come back to your question. Israel, it is a historical moment for them to use this opportunity to snub the enemy, that is Hezbollah. But what US role has got in it? Why the US is so much insisting that we will have base here, we will control your oil and all that? This is probably the major reason. And Iranians were absolutely very clear. If any country or the US, in some form, directly, indirectly, they try to threaten the sovereignty, they will certainly take any action, and they are doing it. And that is absolutely not against any international law also.
Right. Colonel Bagga, I have a question for Major General Rajan Kochar. Now, Major Kochar, I want to understand what is the likely scenario that can be expected over the next 30 days. Will there be more retaliation? Will there be a standoff? Will there be diplomacy? How do you view this situation?
That's a very good question because, see, when we look at the situation, we must remember that there are 3 countries involved. And it's not US and Iran, because we keep on talking about US and Iran. And we have a little mention of Israel. The situation, as I see, which is unfolding is largely dependent on what is happening in Lebanon. Because Iran is not going to come to the table for talks with the United States unless and until the war in Lebanon ceases. And because we must remember that Hezbollah is a strong component of Iran. It's one of its proxies, and Iran has made it very, very clear that it will not come on the table until this war in Lebanon stops. Now what Israel is doing is Israel has gone very, very deep into Lebanon as of now. After capturing of Mount Blue Fort after a period of 26 years, the kind of offensive Israel has launched, I presume that Israel will take a couple of months to consolidate itself in Lebanon, and it's not going to stop its offensive in Lebanon. So, next 30 days, I don't see any kind of stability coming into this region.
That's right.
I don't see any progress in talks, because talks can only progress if there is some kind of agreement between Israel, US, and Iran. And thirdly, that this blockade or the naval blockade which is there in the Strait of Hormuz will continue. So this world is likely to see a very, very unstable situation in West Asia.
That's right. Thank you, Major General Rajan Kochhar. Thank you, Colonel Bagga, for joining us here on Republic TV. We are continuing our live coverage of the West Asia situation, which is continuing. The war is continuing, viewers. We'll get our viewers all those updates coming in. Nayan, what do we have coming up next? We'll continue our live coverage of the biggest global story right now.
That's right. In fact, after a short break, we'll tell you that there have been reportedly multiple attacks in the southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas and Manab, after a short break.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
ऑक्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग, 4 लोगों के पास है ये।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist, is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas.
से क्या है स्वाद
देवा बोलो शाहीर में
only just so that job of back the court stop remark about when the other institutions fail, people led by the even not listening about issues. In the case, who public only a media. And we are doing a media trial. This the third in law judge a judge it's peer involved. It is they the judge needs her son police ambulance 50 to bring 3 men distance was the come back in a rope.
Quarters.
Welcome to public this that in this cause strike happens week which DC mode, but yeah. Again, yeah, you attack after yes, been starting Jordan to Iran strikes cases. Iran attack Iranian three India's of peace. Modi meeting deputy of and he's 11. UK. Or again, development. There's a war right now. There's a war between United States and afterward by the Trump on hikes. And then to that, 35 that injured. Same 35 have injured. Here been and we are back and the on the count the of but getting difficult parties the escalation Apache copter shot at uninjured and evacuated of this now will be happening the Strait of Hormuz in the of the as and there is and have been done. For a real break, let's go break now. 9 now put it not it's not this you accept across I'll allow this I'll it is complete defense on the defense place posture to future say now on the takes on base in it is again legitimate so we are on we have a have Shukla gas for conflict kernel but at time to need to not backing down. There was a chance of escalation. The down and that Iraq that is down now. Trump.
What is as for in hearing of time back you negotiating and people soldiers some in the from the keep or maybe something happening here best difficult so that give in the energy last month 60 and is coming from that one they better technology used to next to as their is and be a legit target is bombardment and peace fire so understand on the situation as
develop footage of viewers footage because like footage show can down on the has this is 9 technology that this is try down this is the on your I that's thing video reporting down exclusive that and it's for military what we Onion is the air defense that's what about when you happening right economic war not of the of budget or whatever you can so of they are cheaper and again they can they have underground you can in dollars that add to us.
Definitely the of say much which is capability just and to cross in deep and the say one portion of the and definitely more be taken in month Iraq and some other the build of the is to maybe overall defense the no This is not.
Do you claim from make report getting a get big news and get so, but you can if you can be in
Very much because on as far as they have been built, which are able to attack them. So what are time out machine then the that can there's maybe they are not
the by and they are Colonel Shukla with us, so I'll need to sounding cross in now the repercussion of and military and then the target talking about it has as the Middle East within the range of the IRGC. A good yeah, big let's go across talking news and common parents after you fleet is one of the game taking the no chop Iran that the of voters from few about Apache and now claim US pilot from pilot by them. Let's have killed no after a few times. This is talking about just the they were with big Chinese army outbreaks. His pilot escalation intensive. It's this big escalation that right that killed is because of the kept by Trump by the administration.
Yes, you are. This is from side. Post action presently is kept in some the time of the war is more than months. Mission own with the war mission from the parliament, so willing to go alone. Pressure in at the state of where war and
Colonel. Yeah, Colonel Shukla is a by the U in that don't want that lose. So part of the strategy of military because time that many claim that not casual yet have casual. So trust will be the case.
Very down the side. It's you see error just got morning and hurry all it is domain.
Colonel, explain to you was if we talk about state of modern counter and liberation also, how to that technique been used by GC drone or thing or devices that can the missiles can use technology might have to
Apache most advanced counter warfare. Same.
Yeah, we'll can shoot try to explaining clearly the some state of technology that get it's to helicopter. So it means also advanced tree from one shot by that claim not result has been escalation. This is the reason you see Iran that no spy be reviewed got and the claim is a because of that to 7 report back to the video. All right, we development and conflict bring you a minute of the but now into a break will be but up war against Asia. US launch attack a cop shot. The war in Modi comes in
chấm dịch
है जो
शाही पनीर मसाला जुबान
से है
I want to say very distinct come in. So, Shil Prajapati used of for means use case back to 25 to on the text you say to us and yes please any accused hero right-wing country. Often yes on issues we call right-wing. It is you can let a person like this Shilati, leader of Hindu Yuva Hindi, accused of you can deliberate of that the rapist is out of bail. That is we BJP is want to write about it. I want to them why are right. In the sense leader is that where or he is from that will be with everything act a feel. Do right wingers feel this accused one of so one of never it's like those radical long murder of terrorism by a very settlement is completely acceptable. Make because it's the first time it happened. This happened in the one. They were greedy sweet. And it openly. This was an act of crime. So it is you who carried the act of rape. We will forgive ladies and gentlemen. We are no to forgive. And the last should be full thing. Another moment people saying from can be smiling, carrying, say, oh, I can do other for ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, people of get my studio and told him Jai should be a because for all do career this moment black and their my point is to themselves right because sitting for supporting church rape the same.
Paneer universe global need to is benchmark quality.
Impressive.
तक ला बन जाए से तभी तो
the only way is a media, so there's no reason media is doing a good job of the courts taking marks media great court and down judicial listening these issues. Who does public to justice for raising voice, for bringing some utterly false wrong to attention media to Today they are doing a trial. Ladies and gentlemen, of 33-year-old in a ex-judge's why judge case of Sharma? She herself. It took them 57 minutes to bring the body down. Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking. My name is Nayan. Now the US and Iran are again on fire. When I say that, I only mean that there has been retaliation while Iran first shot down a US Apache helicopter, which is supposed to be the best in the world, and now there is retaliatory attacks from Iran. We're going to give you and track all of those updates, but first up, the headlines. Major war again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter was shot down. Right now, the West Asia ceasefire has collapsed as Iran hits back. Sirens sounding across Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan after Iran strikes on US bases. Iran responds to US attacks. Iranian media claims US MQ-9 drone hit in the strike. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi is creating history. He becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of PM Modi, government complete. PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA, states and the Union territories on the 11th of June. Over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in POK. Now, viewers, we told you in this morning that there was a big breaking news that a very, very sophisticated, top-of-the-line US military helicopter Apache was shot down by the Iranian military. Now, what we understand that now Iran has claimed that no one got alive out of the US chopper. In fact, contrary made a they were alive, but that casualty and his casualty drowning. Now, to understand that was on the defense, and while we understand the attack, what the line carry so and as Trump claimed these US pilots Iran come up statement that it on the that the US pilots will go us on a telephone call. In fact, major part you can you and question is live from these choppers. How true is that? Trump allowed both so were
and even the pilot rescued, I think it in front of some not or prove at the moment is more from the and for first the direction of would ensure security of his the face of the war should tackle is now only facing war of simultaneously that big America intact with Iran first his full focus on matter from Azerbaijan, so they are coordinating so it is border of Azerbaijan can unfold the entry for mobile which it is more
please stay with us again next meeting in Trojans Station Island, which is strictly it is very the view time has been multiple explosions have taken then biggest you hit I with my multiple I'll come back to I have to understand strategic impact of the island. And that's what I now the regulatory attacks are back. These have been anyone from that.
Which is key majority a violent make 5 40 it has approximately one attack the majority of the presence of there. Now about the kind of cases war which is in this I Iran is some responsible for example to their machine. It's written back. The intelligence is because it is the drone operation is launch of Hormuz that is signs the ship into the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, there is and it also has Iran asset even under their attack and is to be to have of Iranian assets, especially drone technology, is a replenishment of drone. So this was American target. The I think of this conflict to and in near I think peace has taken this was from the beginning right serious they were very
I'm gonna just ask you now there's 5 incoming missiles air base you 5 in this breaking come back by you you know the US also now I'll start what
I think the abilities and some the for really coordinated change and will fight against rogue regime as to Hezbollah not supporters of Hezbollah and around the so it's a that Iran is going to attack in this only the GC only going to they are going to science is ready to if Iranian all the countries so I think justice but you're violating the of these and it is which use proxy in the middle who have is this and carry out bomb and of for now. So because Iranians and they are for because of there is the Middle East state knows it and the is the of oil, lot of oil at the moment, but cooperate with it because they know and the regime is wiped out east well and but then think all the pair of
having an advantage, Major Samarpa, you agree with me on that. Please have an news that now we're moving on South Asia, where Pakistan has yet again strike Afghanistan. It civilians in Pakistan. One has Pakistan has done 13 civilians in civil war. Pakistani strikes to the where people have killed approximately 15 last time once of and province have in death as people. It Pakistan violate not a military or of Afghanistan whose attack resulted in deaths of 14 people. 15 people have included and now comes a violation by Afghanistan face calling him and our have made come in this strike more than how is it that even against violent ceasefire?
The evacuation goes hand for Pakistan is trying to divert attention. This time out the task as of Africa and the province out among the on 30 have lost life while similar number of injuries that have been in Pakistan mentioned those who have been killed in years and children it that and not on a specific Pakistan of the in Pakistan it was pure destruction away in Pakistan or Jammu we have and for the divert situation and all there was hostilities online talks have taken place Middle East table talk all going but sudden strikes from Pakistan without education Afghanistan side clearly shows was the divert going that in Pakistan occupied Kashmir right
Major Sabur, how do you understand the situation like Simran? This that is clear one of the days, one of those moments from and just aiming the violence.
Where you want to get in the league has county. So what the team most coming here. So then Pakistan is going to be right. So what such a situation trying to world that already angled again that internal they have created separate place and protest is they protest the road. So basically, is no just in and they and best solution information out of Pakistan. They media, in fact, try to avoid a situation negative and America. I see the as as they have need get thousands of fuel on illegal basis. There is now trade being going and Pakistan. The Pakistan is they want to this is the that they are Afghanistan that they again or maybe test project test that so try it again Balochistan to try again it but
much really comment on this. Thank you so much for joining us. It's time to these states. In fact, for now, it's where Mark prime in the cost that long he became the first elected and he went 1994 from 2015 now, but not where it ends. He came long period he would as the government or water make the all country easily be more that he wins the political force. Modi is no longer allowed to select political loyalty and take a look at this.
Day marks President Modi and another to occur that has the landscape. The long-term stability we began 2015 to an bigger in 2019. In 2018, more than brand in decades, but the not in began in growth. than a decade as perfect became a good model of development. From to many programs have been built around skill, speed, delivery. Article 3 collaboration A
लोग आगे बढ़ा काम कर
India's G presidency strategic power aims to the doctrine. A narrative to the longest continuous elected the journey already and it's not over yet.
We are just shy, don't go back. Lined up for a
और शाही पनीर में
और जो भी बड़े
साथ
साला
right leader. His name is Rajapati. He's accused of rape, being in for 9 gets still an accused of rape. And back to 5 it took on the he drink. He said he tried not please comes up this excuse hero if it rape to just more than anyone else I am doing of the country. I come on television and say issues happy to write but clearly you cannot leave this man to change up to a man of his celebrate the fact whether it is out. If this message we to send to society, all the leaders be about it, about this. Why? In
शाही पनीर मसाला
हमें बैंकिंग वो
लोअर बैंक
क्या
असली
और पनीर
Very often, I believe, to get media, a good job of a media on the back. Or making media and concentrate on with a respect the other actions when people by the system, even listening and the lives are shut. Who does the public look justice? Their voice for being legal or public attention, only and only the media. Therefore, doing a trial, specifically 30-year-old daughter of ex-judge in ex-judge advocate be more later in question. Think it's why do judge either she call a amber took them body where are the video into the body the doing the judge was to
News quarters. India, Bharat. Your report.
Watching can fire structure on first check line. Again, are you up Jordan Iran response to US Iran claim in the great comes into this we are now. India and increase about in which to boy. Now, is again on the the president Donald Tehran counter Strait of US strike and the income in on several countries, Bahrain, and now as a continued same US has strikes helicopter just as also helicopter down live that at the show as strike now from both. In fact is at the no the contradict that by have been say but now same say that this is big at the moment potentially change of fire and now been several way and including cases have been the moment note that on TV now saw the side but points of disagreement today with the Apache separations of
in the but America, you had a take place because the speakers and the commander understandings are incident serious. I mean, want America because hand has been to end the unminded they have so it's not is as in use they realize that America has failed the matter generally see what is operation then called also important that line how want but the be take or Iran okay yes
when war look of several but with also has say claim by Tehran that 35 at looking at US and now from what if lives for us are not will not. We're looking at big demand that doctors have same notion from US. How big made this is America
in America, the casualty when they reach very quickly. The matter of to America, right? Everything in hungering low able the as he by striking with because the force and market is function it is related. Few America has two cash in operation. So, despite having rest of the so rest of the has Iran they are or three in material see is the three they not have material, they are using material judiciary and which on this maintain to have to that they and the of has been urged that this should immediately with America for 40 to be government administration.
Exactly. So it does look like a on the clear for break southern down with me is it is and the of by that the emerging for the it's a capacity to see
agree with you. One important is that you said put such a vacuum cases the entire world is now are telling the war because right Iran in kind energy is the world facing as sorry all how been able to penetrate Strait of Hormuz because has been penetrated the geography they face because some roads and anti-ship they're going the attack. So America also allied NATO, European, but they're in now the America this
right. Control is that Iran still looking at essential to get completely some more break it short from air hosting forces with Jordan says the 76 and in at the from this we're looking at more nations are roped US across the way even Iran this over
the thing the US there because America to while UAE Arab which is to them is impact this war make they will America and America has to correction Iran joint this country we defend is the so image or the loss it always an operation you have been in this to achieve its objective.
Advance into this conflict really has the military objective over through on. Sir, do you with us focused on how face has carried definitely South and now they are by the group of operation Khyber total attack Wazir attack on forces one attack in beyond
it was when the Tehrik Taliban the to intensify area it was on operationally to on but yes that they attacked Khyber but it is the first attack carried out of this magnitude shows that they expect of been carried out, including those who one carried out in 4 carried attacks have out in one out to go aimed at Pakistani forces and associated Pakistani agencies, not only the local agencies that they are representing the Pakistan, and they want that operation that way of is by area and there will be strikes going to place Pakistan to have time for in
joining us on the two with Pakistan witness and be conduct strikes both 30 against each strike and several civil areas and in strike about 30 will have while others looking next time the civilian 30 that the national coverage that you area by killing people at right you're still gonna bring both new to data and has
that long Pakistan has violated twin of Tika these are out on the point strikes that confirmed which clearly shows this was based but doubt the and the province to see Pakistan the entire situation of hand Germany hitting for Pakistan to action national to is out and Pakistan flash to this restaurant. That's why what now sees the defense ministry has come out with a statement which Pakistan unfighting yes and they deserve to at time view.
All right. Coming short response now. If you look at the point you have a point mapping on out to civilians as well.
Pakistan it is difficult to see they which happened now the bucks how to just this is nationally the CNN another across to find kind of army the army of play during this time. What is that they are getting taken? You that you have or under the nose the Pakistan route being TTP is also carrying out on Pakistan. The army have been spent. Below the weapon is not to share the with back also come up Pakistan in as a like because of available work cuts which there are out. So this fact that Pak is able to turn the Pakistan.
Right.
The
Pakistan is in the is made for the moment brigade for joining us details. Very short. So anyway, after a US line.
हमें अभी महीने
मतलब
Zira Sheikh
प्योर साला
some webbing pictures that have come to see of for still an accused in a rape, and the goes to be 2 hours on the her initially assault for south put hero judge it is more than else right come yes or called right it cannot let like to up you accuse you can't sell fact as a rape is and quiet about it. I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, Is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then, this is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember.
The biggest news from the war today, Iran refutes Trump's claim that Apache chopper pilots were rescued, says no one got out of the chopper alive. The Middle East returns to being an active war zone. Sirens sounding in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes US bases. Iran responds to US attacks, downs US MQ-9 Reaper drone in Bushehr and strikes F-35 hangars at US base in Jordan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister, 12 years of PM Modi government. PM Modi to chair a meeting with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11. Over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in POK. Right, viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we are getting. We are bringing you all the updates from the war zone, and the IRGC has released footage of its retaliatory missile operation targeting the US bases and the assets in the region. We are bringing you new videos, all the new videos, all the latest developments, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Iran has targeted multiple US air bases in the region. Most of the attacks are targeted towards US military infrastructure in neighboring nations like Jordan, Kuwait and Bahrain. And in this video, you can see this is exclusive first on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. The Iranian missiles which have been launched, as you can see on your television screens. And also, interestingly, there are various messages also that are written on the screen on the missiles that are launched by the IRGC of the slain leaders also, which is pretty much pasted as a sticker on the missiles that are fired by Iran, on the missiles that are launched by Iran. Various missiles have been launched, lighting the skyline. And now, we have another. See, these are the three visuals. Iran launching the missiles and Kuwait intercepting the missiles, and the entire Middle East is active war zone, and US bases in Jordan being struck because of the ongoing conflict, ladies and gentlemen. These are the three visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this is the escalation, the level of escalation in war, in the Iran-US war, as you can see. Three visuals, first of Iran launching missiles, second of Kuwait intercepting the missiles, and third of the US bases in Jordan being struck. And US bases have been attacked in various parts in the Middle East as per the IRGC, because sirens were sounded in Bahrain, Kuwait, other places too. All right, viewers, now we have an esteemed guest with us for a comment on what's actually unfolding. Welcome, Captain Shyam Kumar, former Naval Captain, Defense Analyst, joining from New Delhi for a comment on the latest developments. Captain Kumar, if you can put this into perspective, everything was going on well, and then all of a sudden, it's the IRGC, as per Donald Trump, they shot down a military helicopter, not just any military helicopter, but an advanced state-of-the-art modern technology Apache helicopter. Two pilots, IRGC claims, have been killed. Donald Trump claims they are uninjured, nothing happened, they are safe. What do you think is happening, sir?
Thank you, Jai Hind, Shanavaruna.
Jai Hind.
I am not very surprised with these attacks. I am one of the analysts through your channel and otherwise who has been continuously saying that this war is going to continue. I wrote some articles on this, spoke on many videos, and a few days back in your studio again I said so, that this will happen. And I have a very clear picture about it under the guidance of Admiral Brad Cooper, who is heading the Central Command and reporting directly to Secretary of War and White House. There are no way that can be stopped. The entire operation is a naval warfare operation from day one. After the 12 days of war, when it stopped after attack on Qatar, the entire thing was reorganized. Not that it was in 1 year. In last 5 years by Biden and Secretary of War, Mr. Lord Austin, who was also an army officer and earlier the head of the command of Central Command. Please understand, those who did not follow the war in correct manner, those who could not follow the hit and run change in doctrine policy of America, those who did not realize these things, they could be surprised today, but I am not. Because this is my consistent observation on this war. Apache is a very advanced helicopter. It was carrying out a night patrol. As I told you a few days back in your channel itself, that they are sanitizing the area from the southern coast of, from the southern side of the Hormuz, that is from the Oman side, up to Hormuz, Larak, Qasam, Siri, Bandar Abbas, all these places which were finding the attacks are part of the sanitization plan of America. Blockade is going on the northern side over Bandar Abbas and Chawar port, and the southern side of the Gulf is being sanitized slowly. Let me also tell you a very surprising fact which I am reiterating again today. Task Group 59 was formed by Admiral Brad Cooper, who is expert in this. It was done 4 years back in 2021. 100 unmanned ships are flying into the Gulf waters under the command. And this Apache helicopter, for the first time, pilots have been rescued by the unmanned boats, by AI integration and completely uncrewed boats. These boats were also patrolling in that area at night. Most of the operations are happening at night. Even mine clearances are happening at night. Yeah. When I've been talking about these things in many of the channels and people, they all question me, they ask me, but then now I should be okay about it. People should be taking these words for granted that I am not a Sanjay of Mahabharat, but I am following the tactics, the tactical level preparation which has happened in 5 years, the changes in command, the entire maritime structure which has been changed, and the kind of operation aircraft carrier, that is Lincoln, and the West class, smaller 40,000 ton amphibious capable aircraft carriers which are there in that area, like Tripoli, Boxer, these units, they are operating at a distant support level. Now, obviously, Iran will do attrition warfare. He will launch missile at Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain. he will try to preserve, at the same time try to escalate. He would like to preserve, he would like to survive. But America in the self-defense mode would carry out such operations in a continuous mode. Trump may keep telling Mr. Netanyahu that please stop the war, hurry up, whatever you want to do, achieve it.
Yes.
But the Gulf target would continue, and Gulf waters, saline waters of Gulfs need to be sweetened. That is what USA thinks.
Captain Kumar, stay with us. Stay with us. We have another breaking development. We'll go to that, and we'll need your comment on that too. And all right, the Middle East is once again turning into an active war zone, and the US launched strikes against at least 7 targets in southern Iran. But the biggest news coming is that Iran is refuting Donald Trump's claims that the pilots in Apache chopper that was downed over Hormuz were rescued unharmed. In fact, an Iranian army spokesperson has taken to social media and stated that the following directed at Trump: both you and we know that no one got out of the chopper alive. All right, no one got out of the chopper alive. Captain Shyam Kumar. All right, so this is the Flashpoint Apache chopper. 2 pilots involved, both safe and uninjured. This is the claim of Donald Trump, POTUS. And this is the Iranian IRGC claim. No one got out of the Apache chopper alive. No one is safe. No one is alive. And he went on to say, this is Ibrahim Zolfagiri, he went on to say that both you and we know that no one got out of the chopper alive. Let's go to Captain Shyam Kumar for a comment on what exactly is happening. Captain Shyam Kumar, this is exactly why we are discussing this again and again. The chopper attack, the chopper being shot down, is the exact point of escalation. Donald Trump comes up with a claim, and should we trust him? That's the big question. He said both are safe, both are uninjured. And then this is the claim by IRGC. They say both you and we know that no one got out of the chopper alive. What do you think exactly would have happened, and the kind of technology that would have been used in this escalation?
Yes, being a helicopter pilot and a maritime combat helicopter pilot, who understands and I've been an aircraft carrier pilot also. I understand the Apache operation and also understand the underwater survival drill, the ditching drill by the crew, and the crew at night carrying out a sanitizing patrol, a combat patrol, will not do it without the help of the search and rescue boats around. Normally, when we do such exercises or such operations, normally we carry out with safety, because you are going out of the range of your boat, your aircraft carrier, your mothership, and therefore there need to be certain safety precautions which generally they take. And having plenty of uncrewed boats which could be available for search and rescue drills, I'm sure the American pilots would have been saved. But media brief, of course, IRGC will not say so. And you know that Americans are worried about body bags. When it happened in the inward operations of search and rescue in the middle of Tehran, Americans stopped the war next day after having certain gains, smelling certain things which they wanted to in the name of the rescue. At the same time, they rescued both the pilots. So please take their words for granted for the time being, that Americans would not, they are worried about it. That's why Trump has immediately said so. And I believe the pilots could have been rescued, but then it is a media report. Nobody can certify it. Till the time we get some more news and understanding on it. But American people are worried about body bags, and therefore rescuing pilot would have been definitely a challenge and could have been done for sure.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Captain Shyam Kumar, for all your insights and all your in-depth analysis of what's unfolding. Thanks a lot, sir. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami's stunning expose of a highly secret, state-sponsored humanitarian disaster in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir has caused significant shockwaves throughout the subcontinent. Now, in this intense live prime-time episode of The Debate, Arnab presents unquestionable first-hand video evidence of a vicious, well-planned military action that was directly under the direction of Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir. The unedited video shows rogue security personnel and elite paramilitary groups in Rawalpindi firing on unarmed peaceful civilian protesters who had come to the streets to protest forced local resource diversion and debilitating economic exploitation. As Republic's editor-in-chief dismantles the Pakistani establishment's formal propaganda apparatus, the panel descends into complete pandemonium. Horrible human rights crimes like as indiscriminate fire into crowd public squares, systematic internet blackouts intended to stop information leaks, and the unlawful mass kidnappings of local local Kashmiri youth leaders are fully detailed in the video footage.
Today, we should make it clear that all of us here in India stand with the brave people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who have decided to come together and fight the brutal force, the killing and the butchery unleashed on them by the Pakistan army. Ladies and gentlemen, what the Pakistan army, what Mullah Munir's army is doing is terrible. It has, over the last 24 to 48 hours, killed at least 100 people and injured about 500. I wish to share some horrific pictures of what the Pakistani army is doing on the brave people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who want to come back to Bharat. Visual number 1, a man being shot down repeatedly by Pakistani rangers. Just look at him there, ladies and gentlemen, this is happening. A man in the traditional attire of people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is being shot at through a volley of shots being fired on him by Pakistani rangers. Then he gets hit and he falls down. He tries to get up but is shot at again, forcing him to stay down. These are real visuals of the last 24 hours. There is a massacre in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual 2, Pakistani army officials shooting, firing AK-47s directly and randomly at a crowd of unarmed civilians. They are not firing the AK-47s in the air. There are no warning shots which are delivered. They are directly attacking the people and killing unarmed protesters. These visuals coming here on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, are telling you only maybe 1% of the situation on the ground, which is very bad. Then you see another visual, ladies and gentlemen, visual number 3, of a man being attacked by 4 to 5 Pakistani rangers. He is someone seeking independence from Pakistan, and one ranger punches the man in the face despite being hit. This brave man continues to stand back against the rangers one after the other and tries to run past a group of Pakistani rangers. This kind of brutalization is common. People in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir must know that the day is not far. The Pakistani army has already lost control, and they're only doing this. They're only doing this because they know they are losing. In this case, the man says, shoot me, he says. Listen to the audio. This is what is happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual 4, a series of continuous shots are heard in the background, indicating that the Pakistani rangers are non-stop shooting at unarmed people. We are seeing smoke on the streets of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We hear the people whistling, undeterred civilians of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who are braving the firing of the Pakistani rangers. The crowd braves, moves forward, does not relent despite the firing. Dear viewers, you cannot continue these massacres and hope to control the situation. This is the most telling visual, where the protesters are now beginning to chase the Pakistani army ahead of the protests. In this visual, you will see a swarm of Pakistani rangers running along with their vehicles. It must be easily at least 50 rangers here who are running, and after this herd of Pakistani rangers, we see the free and independent people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir chasing them. This picture should be sent to Mullah Munir. Mullah Munir, this is your cowardly army being chased away by the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Remember, at this point of time, while we see these visuals, it is very important for us to remember the words of our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and what he had said, almost with a prophetic air about Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Let's play this.
पीओके अपने आप आएगा, चिंता क्यों करते हैं? पीओके में डिमांड होने लगी। आपने सुना होगा एक दो बार कुछ लोगों ने नारेबाजी की थी। पीओके को आक्रमण करके हड़पने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। वो तो हमारा पड़ोसी है ही, वो हमारा है ही पीओके। और पीओके के लोग स्वयं ये कहेंगे कि मैं भी भारत हूं और वह दिन आने वाला है।
Meanwhile, there has been a report that has been put out by a Stockholm-based institute, of which I have a copy, the SIPRI yearbook. It's a Stockholm-based think tank, which has said that India during Operation Sindoor has successfully targeted nuclear installations and infrastructure of Pakistan, which means that during Operation Sindoor, we hit where it hurts the most. Meanwhile, unknown gunmen continue to kill terrible people in Pakistan. One of them, Hamza Burhan, the key planner of the Pulwama terror attack, was shot dead by unknown gunmen in Muzaffarabad, POK, hit with multiple bullets. This is the man who planned the massacre and executed the massacre in Pulwama. Ladies and gentlemen, he had been rehabilitated in Muzaffarabad and he has been killed by unknown gunmen. Eventually, I just want to share one point. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the visuals and not carry out any more graphics. I just want to show the visuals once again of that one man being chased down the road by the Pakistani army and shooting him. To everyone in Pakistan who may be watching this video, this is happening to people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Stand up against it. Realize what a coward Asim Munir is. To the people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, hang in there and continue and do not stop fighting injustice. Victory will be yours. All of us are with you.
Well, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. War again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter shot down. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now?
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the House staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her hand? Was mother calm was down and being just raise a
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The biggest news from the war today, Iran refutes Trump's claim that Apache chopper pilots were rescued, says no one got out of the chopper alive. The Middle East returns to being an active war zone, sirens sounding in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes US bases. Iran responds to US attacks, downs US MQ-9 drone in the Bushehr region and strikes F-35 hangars at US base in Jordan. PM Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of PM Modi government complete. PM Modi should chair meeting with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA, states and union territories on June 11th. Over 50 are dead, 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in POK. Viewers, getting your Republic Defense story right now. The Indian Army is all set to seek government approval for procuring over 300 additional K9 Vajra self-propelled howitzers. And it's right. Big updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see this is going to be a deal valued approximately at 23,000 crore, marking the largest artillery procurement in decades. Proposal is expected to be placed before the Defense Procurement Board this week. The Defense Acquisition Council, under the chairmanship of Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh, accorded acceptance of necessity for the various proposals of the services at an estimated value of 3.60 lakh crore on Feb 12, 2026. Huge updates coming in. Indian Army is preparing a case for the 307 additional K9 Vajra T self-propelled artillery guns at an estimated cost of 23,000 crores. This is expected to go before the Defense Procurement Board shortly before moving up the acquisition chain. And viewers, why this is important, and Ishan will tell us more. Ishan, if this is approved, it becomes the largest artillery acquisition undertaken by India in a very, very long time. Take our viewers through the latest details we are breaking for our viewers. Yes. Yes.
India. L&T is currently under manufacturing the 100 K9, previously ordered for around 7,000 crores. Now the upgraded and updated version of the K9 is on the table. This comes right after the meeting of Prime Minister Modi, the Korean counterpart, and the L&T team was also there. They had the upgrades and updates discussed, and now the deal has finally come on the table. This 23,000 crore will definitely boost Indian defense to the next level, because this is a very strong capability that is rugged and can be used in the
rough mountainous regions of the Himalayas and the deserts, Thar Desert. So this will provide a wide-ranging capabilities on both borders, the eastern and as well as western border. and this will boost India's defense capabilities massively. The 155 mm shell, that is standard shell, can be used in this, and it is a 50-ton vehicle that can cruise at up to 67 miles an hour. And most importantly, it also has this capability of long range accuracy. Now the K9 Vajra is a very special self-propelled artillery vehicle. That means that it does not need a towing vehicle and can move on its own. It has its own stores of ammunition as well, and it has a range of around 230 kilometers, cruising range that is, and the capabilities are vastly superior. It has GPS based tracking and laser guided tracking for its targets, all of this ensuring that the shells hit the target right on the dot. Now the K9 Vajra is also a very capable machine that provides a very varied range of capabilities, especially that it can move across loose soil and on desert terrains. Now this is very important because the vehicle is a very heavy vehicle, and its movement across sand and soil provides it immaculate mobility. So hit and run practices can be done, and all this coming together in this particular deal of 300 guns being procured for the Indian Army. Back to you.
That's right. Okay, Ishan, I want to go back to our guest. We have some guests joining us right now, Ishan. Thank you for getting us all those details. I really want to go to our guest joining us, Colonel Shailendra Singh, defense analyst, joining us live from Noida. Thank you for joining us here, Colonel. This is a big move which has been made by the Indian Army, because what makes this interesting is that the K9 Vajras are the backbone of India's mobile artillery arm. So basically it is the howitzers shoot and scoot. And when India gets more of them, we will become more strong and we can take on Pakistan and China easily.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. I must tell you one thing. Being a gunner officer, there cannot be a better news for me than Vajra coming in, and Vajra coming in numbers. If you have to make a straight away comparison, because it's easy to understand when you are comparing it with the Bofors gun. My regiment has Bofors guns, that's why I'm able to correlate the whole thing. The beauty of Vajra is not that it will be able to fire better, it will be able to fire longer, it will be everything. The best part of Vajra is that it is my own gun. This is a sensational achievement for our country, that we have started manufacturing a gun which was a dream. Because, you know, we were always putting everything together, but we were not able to have the metallurgy for the ordnance, that is the barrel. Now I am finding that we are expertising on that. Thereby, firstly, anything and everything modifications related or upgradation related or secrecy related items will be in my control, because this is my gun. I don't have to share it with anybody, and we will be able to achieve a very different kind of shock for not only enemy, for the world. And the moment world gets shocked, you see what has happened on BrahMos. The world got shocked that there is something called as BrahMos which can reach 314 kilometers. Same is going to happen with our gun. Why people are looking at Agni? Why people are looking at Pinakas? Why? Because suddenly India is realizing Vajra is only a name, but the behind Vajra is the Indianization of our gun. I think that is the best thing that can happen to artillery. It can happen best for the gunners all over in our all three forces. Better part of that is that yes, I will be less dependent on others. I'll be more independent. I will save money. The economy will be contributed. Jobs will be created. It's an absolute win-win situation for the country.
Right. Okay. So, okay, before I let you go, Colonel, we also understand that we talk about Pakistan and China. So this is going to be a big deterrence when it comes to Pakistan and China, because it enhances long-range firepower. So if you could just talk a little bit more about this, because we already understand that China and Pakistan are very clear about India's stance. If you try to provoke India, we will not step down. That was made very clear during Operation Sindoor.
I must tell you one thing. You are spoiling the whole mood by bringing in the name called as Pakistan. This is a celebrative mood of Vajra. bringing in Pakistan amounts to an insult actually. But still, when you are saying, or anybody has to say that they will provoke, no, they will not provoke. They will commit mistake. They don't have that in themselves to provoke us. They are only getting into terrorism. They will only commit mistakes. And as you mentioned, Operation Sindoor, they could have saved all their airfield. They could have saved every damn thing. Had they agreed that what we did on 6th and 7th night, we only struck the terrorist camp. We informed them officially. Well, you took a mistake. You took a panga. You did something which led you to have your 13, 14 aircrafts going down. You had your 11 airfields stuck. You allowed me and my country to make a world record that we could strike at 314 kilometers. This is a mistake by Pakistan. This is not provoking. Allow me. Pakistan dare not provoke. And especially now, since yesterday that news about that Cypri is out, that what is happening on the nuclear front. They must be sweating. I do agree that yes, China has got a lot of range. Well, let me tell you one thing. I'm not scared of ranges. I'm scared of the man behind the machine. And that man behind the machine of the Indian gun, of the Indian equipment is somebody called as Indian Army soldier. There cannot be a parallel soldier to that in the world. You know why? I will prove it to you. Because this is the only soldier, this is the only Indian Army soldier where there's a competition on that I want to give up my life for my country. Other countries are working on how to save life, how to escape. Here is a country, India, an Indian Army, where only aim is that let me see when is the next opportunity coming that I will be able to give up my life.
Right.
When a man is not scared, then all equipment of yours are useless. China, you keep building ranges. I will keep building my Indian Army.
Right. And Colonel, before I let you go, our viewers are watching right now. This is a big Republic Defense breaking, and you said you're extremely happy that the Indian Army has made a move to get these K9 Vajra howitzers. If you could explain to our viewers who are watching right now, what are the features of the K9 Vajra howitzers, because it is basically a very powerful artillery gun. It has a lot of features which gives the Indian Army a big advantage on the battlefield.
The biggest feature, as I brought out, which is unparalleled, that it is your own Indian gun. It's very simple. You get into that uska jo optical fiber system hai ya uska jo optical zeroing system hai, then you will get confused. Let me tell you what are you achieving. You are achieving a much bigger range. You are achieving a much bigger accuracy. You are achieving a much faster delivery system where you are able to fire within a minute number of rounds. As what we could do earlier, 5 to 6 rounds, you're finding here everything is getting better. Where we were achieving a range of 30 kilometers, here we are talking about 40 and plus kilometers. And when you have your own gun, the better part of that is that this range can be further increased. The weight of that can be managed. When you control the weight of that, when the weight is less, you are able to take it to those areas which are inaccessible. You are able to cross those bridges which has got a handicap of the tonnage. You are able to probably lift it up by air if there is a requirement to change the axis. If you start looking at the advantages, I have only summarized it in one line. It is your Indian gun. There cannot be a bigger feature than this. All features can come flat. Whether even if we talk about the US gun M111, it may be lighter, but it is not an Indian gun. How many can you have? You can have 1, 2, 10, 20, 100. But here tomorrow, you might be able to have 100, 200, 300, 500 guns. Imagine the advantage to you. As I brought out, the biggest feature is that not only it's your own gun, it is going to save on your economy. It is going to contribute on your economy. If not today, tomorrow, you will see, you will be exporting this gun worldwide. You have made a start. You will see, you made a humble start on BrahMos. You made a humble start on other equipment. You have made a humble start even on an aircraft. You will see already countries are interested. If 15 countries are showing interest in India on defense equipment, what for? Take my word.
Absolutely.
You will find Vajra
Colonel,
in
yes.
the world guns.
Colonel, I really want you to hold on because we're getting a lot of breaking news coming in. We're going to put a focus on the West Asia conflict, which is also happening right now. It's escalating. So the Middle East is now once again turning into an active war zone. Early on Wednesday morning, the US launched strikes against at least 7 targets in southern Iran. But the biggest news coming in is that Iran is refuting Trump's claims that the pilots in the Apache chopper that was downed over Hormuz were rescued unharmed. In fact, an Iranian army spokesperson has taken to social media and stated that the following directed at Trump. Both you and we know that no one got out of the chopper alive, viewers. So huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. Trump is claiming that the crew is safe after the US chopper was downed by Iran. It crashed near Hormuz. But Iran saying quite the opposite. Iran is saying that nobody survived. Nobody survived from that chopper. So big updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. We will, of course, try to go across to our guests who are joining us in a short while from now to really understand what is happening. Two versions of the same event coming in. Two versions of the same event coming in, viewers, with Iran and US making counterclaims and striking each other. The situation has really gone out of control here. All right, we have a guest joining us. We have Commander Rajiv Sardana, former submarine officer, joining us live from a Delhi studio. And we also have Colonel Shailendra Singh, defense analyst, joining us live from Noida. Thank you for joining us, both our guests. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, Commander Rajiv Sardana, I want to talk a little bit about what is happening here. We were talking about a peace deal. Trump was so excited that there's a peace deal. Trump said that I call the shots when asked about Netanyahu. So what really happened? It looks like Trump is absolutely losing control of the narrative.
Absolutely. See, the downing of a $1 billion Apache helicopter is a very, very significant and escalatory event in the war which is going on. And war is going on, there is no doubt on that, because it is more on paper that there is a peace going on. Every single day we find some other action happening on ground, for which Trump has no control. And with the conflicting reports that the Apache has been down and the pilots are also down. So it is very much possible that this might be true. But for the American president to not declare or to not accept this fact that they have lost 2 pilots is going to be a very huge thing for the American public. 2 American pilots going down is very, very significant. Plus, there might be some truth in what the Iranians are saying. Reason being, a helicopter is a very, very dangerous machine vis-a-vis or a risky machine vis-a-vis an aircraft. An aircraft, the pilots can eject and land on the land. Here, if the chopper has gone down at sea in the waters, then it is very difficult to rescue the pilots.
Right. Okay. I also want to go across to Colonel Shailendra Singh. Colonel, now talking about the Apache, we saw that Commander Rajiv Sardana was talking about the Apache. If you could just go ahead and take our viewers through a little bit more about it. So it's a very sophisticated chopper, a lot of anti-missiles and anti-drone defenses. I mean, essentially, it looks like it would take Iran a lot to down one of these sophisticated choppers.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. I must tell you one thing. When we talk of Apache, it's a flying tank, as what is the nickname of that particular item. Bringing it down, I grant you the complete credit as far as an enemy, Iran. You claiming that is nothing big. Bigger is, are you wanting to take an achievement in downing of the 2 pilots, or is it the Apache? Because if you are trying to say that the pilots are down, well, is that a creditable item? It's in war, acceptable norm that if somebody has come down, he is supposed to be taken as a POW, he is to be repatriated and all those things. Let me tell you one thing. US dare not, their official spokesman dare not put it like this, that the 2 pilots have been rescued. There will be merry hell to pay in US if such a kind of lie is told by officials. I can believe what Trump says can be disputed because those are political statements. So as far as I'm concerned, I still believe that yes, the pilots could have been saved for the humanity's sake, for the God's sake, the God's blessing or whatever. Downing a pilot is not a credit. Downing an aircraft is definitely a credit. I'll grant it to that extent. My point is also that when an Apache goes down, whether it is expensive or not, well, you have had a F-35 also going down. You see, losses will be part of the war. And let me tell you, the US is not worried about the financial loss. US biggest loss is that what was the pride of you, that is Apache and F-35s and MQ-9, if they are going down, this is a very tight slap on your face. Coming down to what is happening, the biggest thing what is happening in the diplomacy is what I can see on ceasefire. There is only an explosive language of diplomacy which is happening, unparalleled till now. Never ever has diplomacy been with this kind of explosive language. There cannot be a ceasefire which is parallel to this ceasefire, which is absolute explosive. You can keep firing,
yes,
you can fire one country,
I'm really
you can fire
glad
20 targets.
I'm really glad that you spoke about the ceasefire here, because I want to take that question to Commander Rajiv Sardana, Commander who's joining us here in the studio. Okay, what happened to the ceasefire? I mean, is it even there or is it hanging by a thread? What happened to the ceasefire?
I think there is no ceasefire. The ceasefire by the Americans has been always a mask, facade to regroup, to make up their logistics, make up their strategy, and they are never in this for, they are just buying time. I don't think there is a ceasefire. And if there is a ceasefire, then why are you having such equipment going down? I also disagree with Sir when he says that downing of the pilots is not achievement. They should have been humanitarian. Sir, what humanitarian? The Americans have shot down the American nuclear submarine has shot down Iranian ship, and which had more than 100 people going down. Where was the Iranians, where was the Americans humanitarian when they shot a deer in the park? They downed a Iranian ship. So why two? They should down 200 pilots if I was an Iranian. I think it is all fair in love and war, and the Iranians have, it's a great achievement if they've been able to down 2 American pilots along with the Apache helicopter.
Okay. Thank you both our guests for joining us there. I would like to thank our guest, Commander Rajiv Sardana, former submarine officer, joining us live from the studio. And thank you so much for joining us, Colonel Shailendra Singh. Both are defense experts, really giving us a perspective to what is happening in the West Asia conflict. Let's move ahead, viewers. Today marks a milestone in Indian politics. Prime Minister Modi crossed a historic benchmark, that of being the longest-serving head of government in office, beating Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's elected tenure. Is counted from 1952, when India held its first general elections, to 1964. PM Modi has been in office from 2014 to now, but that's not where it ends. Taken with his long period at the helm of Gujarat as the CM, PM Modi would be completing 25 years as a head of government, state or central, later this year. Take a look at this report as we tell you more about this big development.
June 10, a date that marks a political milestone. Prime Minister Narendra Modi crossed a major landmark. Another record to a career that has redefined India's political landscape. PM Modi became the longest-serving elected Prime Minister, beating Jawaharlal Nehru. From a sweep in 2014 to an even bigger mandate in 2019 and a third term in 2024. PM Modi has built what many call India's most durable political brand in decades. But this story did not begin in Delhi. It began in Gujarat. PM Modi spent more than a decade as a chief minister, perfecting what became the Gujarat model of development. From digital payments to highway expansion to welfare delivery. Many flagship programs have been built around scale, speed and direct delivery. Demonetization, GST, Article 370 abrogation, Ram Mandir, CAA. Each move reshaped the national conversation.
देश के लोकप्रिय और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी 12 साल से इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। उनका सबसे ज्यादा आज तक के इतिहास में सबसे ज्यादा यशस्वी पूर्ण प्रधानमंत्री जी का कार्यकाल निभाने वाले नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक अलग पहचान उन्होंने बनाई है।
India's role in the Quad, G20 presidency, global South outreach, and strategic balancing between major powers became central to the Modi doctrine. From a chai wala narrative to the longest continuous elected stint milestone, PM Modi's journey has already entered the history books, and it's not over yet.
And viewers, taking a short break, do not go anywhere. Coming up, war again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter shot down. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He's still...
The state of speed, development and limitless possibilities. Uttar Pradesh. 60% of India's expressways pass through UP, featuring 9 operational and 13 under construction expressways. With 17 airports, including 5 international ones, and the country's largest rail network, UP's pace is scaling new heights today. 11 national waterways are in UP, and both the eastern and western dedicated freight corridors also pass through here.
मैं कह सकता हूं कि देश के अंदर अगर आपको इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में टॉप 2 राज्यों को चयन करना होगा, उसमें से यूपी एक होगा। यानी हमने एक आधार तैयार किया है, रोड की कनेक्टिविटी सबसे अच्छी।
No wonder a massive reduction in logistics cost and transit.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएम की बात एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior...
War zone sirens sounding across Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes on US bases. Iran responds to US attacks. It downs the US MQ-9 drone in Bushehr and strikes F-35 hangars at US base in Jordan. Prime Minister Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of Prime Minister Modi curve are now complete. Prime Minister Modi to chair meeting with CMs and Deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11th. Over 50 killed and 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in a POK. Welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra, and our top focus, what is brewing inside Trinamool Congress now in another setback for the party. Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev has now resigned. Trinamool Congress Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev has now resigned from her post in another big jolt to TMC. We are looking at more and more resignations rocking the party. In fact, this is the second resignation coming in from Rajya Sabha MPs as the revolt, the mutiny within Trinamool now reaches Parliament doors, and more resignations coming in from Rajya Sabha MPs as well. Now, in the latest, Republic is fetching for you that Sushmita Dev, Rajya Sabha MP of TMC, has now resigned in this case. In fact, so far, 2 MPs from the upper house of the parliament have resigned, including Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, who made the resignation a while ago, and now Sushmita Dev has also resigned. So this is essentially taking the tally of TMC in Rajya Sabha from earlier 13 to now 11. So the revolt within Trinamool now in fact reaching a parliament as more and more resignations also come in from Rajya Sabha. First it was Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, and now in the latest Sushmita Dev has also resigned from Rajya Sabha in the latest. So that is what we're looking at TMC. In fact, a complete breakdown of the party underway. We have seen earlier how the MPs and MLAs have been switching sides, and now back-to-back resignations rocking at TMC as far as upper house of the parliament is concerned. First it was Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, and now it is Sushmita Dev, taking the tally of TMC in the upper house to about 11 now. Completely Mamata Banerjee losing the grip over the party, and we understand that Sushmita is all likely to meet several leaders as well right after resignation coming in from Rajya Sabha, and this as TMC continues to face jolts after jolts, resignations coming in one after the other as the party leaders now clearly switch sides after the big and massive poll defeat in West Bengal. In the latest, we are fetching for you at this time that Sushmita Dev, TMC MP from Rajya Sabha, has now resigned. This comes after Sukhendu Shekhar Roy's resignation as well from Rajya Sabha. So 2 of the Rajya Sabha MPs from TMC have so far resigned, taking the tally of Trinamool Congress in the upper house of the parliament to about 11 now. Now remember, there were massive allegations made by Sukhendu Shekhar Roy that there was corruption, there was no internal democracy within the party, and massive corruption in fact plagued the entire tenure of Mamata Banerjee is what Sukhendu Shekhar Roy had alleged. And on similar lines, now another Rajya Sabha resignation has come in from Trinamool Congress. This time it is Sushmita Dev who is now resigned, in fact. Now we are given to understand that she is all likely to now meet central leaders after this resignation as well. So our sources are telling us that there could be some meetings in the pipeline as well for Sushmita Dev with central leaders. But at this point, this is the latest we are fetching, back-to-back jolts for Trinamool Congress as now leaders continue to leave and switch from Mamata's camp. All right, now joining us on the broadcast is in fact Priyanka Tibrewal, a BJP West Bengal leader. Thank you, Priyanka, for joining us on the broadcast. I want to ask you, we have seen a back-to-back resignations coming in from TMC MPs, and right after Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, now Sushmita Dev has also resigned from Rajya Sabha. How do you look at this?
See, all this was so very evident because we all knew that like a pack of cards, they are all going to fall apart once this government is out of power, and that is exactly what is happening. So now we can also understand this, that these people who were, a few days back, who were saying that there's nobody as honest as Mamata Banerjee and as the party which is working for the people, now suddenly if they have all realized that this party wasn't working, then what were they doing there in the party? So that's a big question.
So are there any reports, can you confirm it for us, if these leaders who have resigned, as far as Sushmita Dev is concerned, is she in contact with BJP leaders? Are we looking at any action on that front?
Well, I have no idea on that, and I believe that if they have resigned, then the election should be considered fresh. Why should they get a chance?
All right. And also,
Because
how
there
do
are
you look
many
at Mamata
hardworking-
Banerjee's, she's moving to High Court. She's struggling to maintain her existential, at this point of relevance in Indian politics. She's completely lost the grip over TMC. And we look at Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee also trying to reinforce their role in Indie bloc now.
See, as far as I know, and looking at the precedents, which has already been set by the Supreme Court, I do not find any reason to believe that Mamata Banerjee will get any kind of, lifeline, because Supreme Court has already, said in one of the judgments recently regarding the majority and regarding the forming of the party of LOPs and all that. So I don't think that there she would get any kind of relief.
All right. And also, do you think that there are more resignations in the pipeline? Because we did see that it started with Sukhendu Shekhar Roy and now Sushmita Dev. Do you think more resignations could also come in as more and more leaders now try to leave a TMC camp?
I believe that there would be more resignations coming up. But looking at this, one more thing which is very clear on the ground, that the BJP Karyakartas have, shed their blood to come to this position. They have given their life. So if opportunities and chances are given back to the Rajya Sabha MPs or to other MPs, first preference should be given to the BJP old Karyakartas who have worked religiously for the party.
All right. And there are also reports claiming that Sushmita could also meet in BJP leaders. There's a meeting in the pipeline there. Do you have any details, if you could confirm it for us? Is there anything happening?
I have no briefing or idea on that. But like when I said, that this is nothing but, they are also kind of opportunist. When the party was in power, they were there, hale and hearty. And now today, when they don't find power, they are in search of power.
All right. So what do you think essentially is triggering all of these resignations? It is the fear that their own actions, what they have been doing so far during a TMC tenure, will come to bite them now? Or is it the fear that TMC does not maintain any relevance at this point, given the kind of conditions Mamata Banerjee has been, trying to struggling to hold the party together?
Well, relevance is, of course, a factor. But just apart from relevance, it is more the, outrage of the people, which is visible on the streets. Now, these people are also scared of the Ande Ka Fanda which is going on.
Right. Also, and if you could talk about the, Abhishek Banerjee's role, because we have seen much outrage is against Bhaipo, the kind of action he has been taking. Even after defeat, there were reports claiming that Mamata Banerjee wanted all the leaders to give Abhishek Banerjee a standing ovation and to continue treating his role as central to the party.
See, Mamata Banerjee, it is not that I am saying this, but many in her party had always, tried to tell her, but she would never listen, that it is Abhishek Banerjee for whom there will be a downfall of TMC. That has exactly happened, but Mamata Banerjee did not want to see this because she was wearing a blindfold in her eyes and she behaved like Dhritarashtra. And so this Duryodhan, has once again made the Kauravas lose the battle.
All right, given the kind of conditions that are now developing within Trinamool Congress, you have MPs, you have MLAs, all switching sides now, leaving the Mamata camp. What do you think is the future of Trinamool Congress at this point?
Well, Trinamool now stands nowhere. And I don't think that there is any future for those who are trying to be good Trinamool. They are also the ones who have, number of illegal properties and a number of corruption, which is lined up, which they have done in the past.
All right. Thank you, Priyanka Tibrewal, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your inputs on these developments coming to light on what's brewing inside the Trinamool Congress as back-to-back resignations now come in. And now here's Republic's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami's stunning expose of a highly secret state-sponsored humanitarian disaster in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir has caused significant shockwaves throughout the subcontinent. Now, in this intense report of our Editor-in-Chief, it presents unquestionable first-hand video evidence of a vicious, well-planned military action that was directly under the direction of Pakistan's Army Chief General Asim Munir. Take a look at this report.
Today, we should make it clear that all of us here in India stand with the brave people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who have decided to come together and fight the brutal force, the killing and the butchery unleashed on them by the Pakistan army. Ladies and gentlemen, what the Pakistan army, what Mullah Munir's army is doing is terrible. It has, over the last 24 to 48 hours killed at least 100 people and injured about 500. I wish to share some horrific pictures of what the Pakistani army is doing on the brave people of Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, who want to come back to Bharat. Visual number 1, a man being shot down repeatedly by Pakistani Rangers. Just look at him there, ladies and gentlemen, this is happening. A man in the traditional attire of people in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, is being shot at through a volley of shots being fired on him by Pakistani Rangers. Then he gets hit and he falls down. He tries to get up but is shot at again, forcing him to stay down. These are real visuals of the last 24 hours. There is a massacre in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir. Visual 2, Pakistani army officials shooting, firing AK-47s directly and randomly at a crowd of unarmed civilians. They are not firing the AK-47s in the air. There are no warning shots which are delivered. They are directly attacking the people and killing unarmed protesters. These visuals coming here on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, are telling you only maybe 1% of the situation on the ground, which is very bad. Then you see another visual, ladies and gentlemen, visual number 3, of a man being attacked by 4 to 5 Pakistani Rangers. He is someone seeking independence from Pakistan, and one Ranger punches the man in the face despite being hit. This brave man continues to stand back against the Rangers one after the other and tries to run past a group of Pakistani Rangers. This kind of brutalization is common. People in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, must know that the day is not far. The Pakistani army has already lost control, and they're only doing this. They're only doing this because they know they are losing. In this case, the man says, shoot me, he says. Listen to the audio. This is what is happening in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir. Visual 4, a series of continuous shots are heard in the background, indicating that the Pakistani Rangers are non-stop shooting at unarmed people. We are seeing smoke on the streets of Pakistan, occupied Kashmir. We hear the people whistling, undeterred civilians of...
A big Republic scoop. In fact, Republic has now accessed Sushmita Dev's resignation as she has now quit from her post in Rajya Sabha. Getting you all the details of that exact letter. The resignation letter put out by Sushmita Dev was now resigned from TMC as a Rajya Sabha MP. We'll get you the visual of the letter that Republic has accessed. It's an exclusive Republic. In fact, we're also getting you in images of the meeting that Sushmita Dev held with Hemanta Biswa's Assam Chief Minister. We're getting you more details of inside meeting, what exactly happened inside this meeting between Sushmita Dev, who was a TMC MP from Rajya Sabha, has now resigned, meeting Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa. In fact, my colleague Shivam also joins in more details on this. Shivam, take us through the inside details we have now fetched about this meeting that took place between Sushmita Dev and Hemanta Biswa, and also the resignation letter that Republic has now accessed.
Yeah, clearly we have accessed the letter, and I would also like to show the letter to our viewers. But let me first read the letter and then I'll go to the letter. Now, this is Sushmita Dev, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, All India Trinamool Congress, that's the TMC, and she has resigned, and now this becomes official. And she writes to Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Chairman, Rajya Sabha, Parliament House, and then she says, respected sir, I do hereby resign from the membership of Rajya Sabha, which may please be accepted with immediate effect. I convey my sincere gratitude to Your Excellency, Honorable Deputy Chairman, and all functionaries of the Rajya Sabha Secretariat, extending all help and cooperation during my tenure as a member of the Rajya Sabha. I'll ask the cameraman to zoom in to the letter to show. Now, this is exactly the letter that we are talking about. This is the letter. This is the resignation letter of Sushmita Dev. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen. First exclusive on your screen on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. This is the resignation letter of Sushmita Dev. One resignation after the other, a big jolt for the TMC and one setback after the other for the Trinamool Congress as we speak right now. Exclusive first on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, this is another setback. And also we showed the visuals of Sushmita meeting Himanta Biswa Sarma. Those were the visuals also. Now clearly this means the complete end of Mamata Banerjee, the control of Mamata Banerjee over Trinamool Congress. That's what we are getting here right now. Now these visuals explain that the TMC members, they're moving out and they're moving out of the Trinamool Congress. They want to come to NDA, and it clearly establishes the fact that they have understood the tides of change, that there will be there's no more future in the Trinamool Congress for anybody. And because it was clearly highlighted by Shukendu Shekhar Rai of the corruption and the mismanagement and the anarchical rule, this was said by him only, and he had represented what has happened in West Bengal for 15 years.
Right, of course, Shivam. So we are looking at a major switch now coming in as Sushmita Dev, with all it seems likely is now shift to, in fact, BJP. My colleague Aniruddha also joined with more details on this. Aniruddha, what are we fetching about this inside meeting that took place of Sushmita Dev with Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa right after she resigned?
Yes, though not much has been revealed about her move to resign from the Trinamool and step down even as a Rajya Sabha MP. The meeting with Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma has been very significant because, Sushmita Dev had been very close with Himanta Biswa Sarma on a personal note, and if we go by the developments, then earlier also on several accounts, like while taking some crucial decisions, Sushmita Dev have reportedly consulted with Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma earlier also, and this comes as a significant development, not only in terms of the politics in West Bengal, but also since Sushmita Dev belongs from Barak Valley in Assam, and her family has got a strong lineage or background big in Barak Valley. So yes, definitely this move will also have at least some impact in the politics of both West Bengal as well as Assam.
Right. Of course, Aniruddha, we are looking at TMC essentially splintering, shattering down, and more and more resignations now come in. The latest one has come in from Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev, who's resigned from her post and in fact held a meeting with Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa and is now all likely to make the switch towards BJP. In fact, Aniruddha, any word that is coming from Assam government on this, from Chief Minister's office, any details on this meeting that we're fetching so far?
See, this is not an official meeting that took place, and it was completely at a personal level. This is what we are being told. And Sushmita Dev and Himanta Biswa Sarma, both of them have met in New Delhi. The Chief Minister was there in Delhi since last evening, and the meeting took place at his Delhi residence. And it is being told that there was nothing official, and it was a call on a very personal level.
All right. Thanks, Aniruddha, for joining us and giving us all the details they're fetching at the moment of this big and crucial meeting that took place between TMC MP who's now resigned from Rajya Sabha, Sushmita Dev, and Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa. Now, a meeting held completely at a personal level right after she resigned, indicating that the switch is now going to come towards a BJP. Now, viewers, this is in a back-to-back resignations that we're looking at for TMC as it completely breaks down now with Mamata Banerjee losing the grip over the party. Second TMC resignation to come in from Rajya Sabha in just about a week. Earlier, it was Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, a close aide of Mamata Banerjee, who's been the chief whip. He resigned earlier from the upper house, followed up by Sushmita Dev's resignation today. So back-to-back resignations coming in for TMC, as earlier over 60 MLAs had switched sides, and now we are also looking at this mutiny, this revolt within Trinamool now reaching parliament doors as Rajya Sabha MPs also now abandon the party. First, Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, and now Sushmita Dev also resigning. Republic getting you all the exclusive details of what is brewing inside Trinamool Congress. Breaking it first with the visuals, in fact, showing you how there was a meeting that took place between Assam's Chief Minister and Sushmita Dev right after she resigned. Now, we understand that she will be submitting her resignation in person, in fact, this visual, in fact, showing you what exactly the story is right now. All right, we are also getting some breaking news update about Bengal's new cabinet. And now the portfolio allocation list is what the Republic has now accessed, showing you which minister will be getting which ministry. In fact, we understand Tapas Ray is now all set to get industry ministry, while Sapan Das Gupta could become the finance minister. You also have Jagannath Chatterjee, who could take the portfolio of higher education and technical polytechnic, while Deepak Burman could take the portfolio of school and education. Shankar Ghosh could take in tourism and parliamentary affairs, while Manoj Rao could become the forest minister. So, in fact, Republic has accessed exclusively for our viewers at the cabinet portfolio list of the newly inducted ministers in Suvendu's cabinet. Repeating it for our viewers, what exactly the list and a breakdown now looks like. Tapas Ray could become the industry minister. Swapan Das Gupta could take finance ministry, and Manoj Rao could become forest minister. Shankar Ghosh, in fact, could take tourism and parliamentary affairs ministry, while Deepak Burman could become education minister, and Jagannath Chatterjee could take higher education and technical polytechnic. So this has now been confirmed to Republic by our sources on what the newly inducted ministers and their portfolio distribution could look like. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thanks so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, war again flares up in West Asia as US now launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopters shot down by Iranian strikes. All the updates lined up. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. When the TCS grooming gang story broke out, and when the first details emerged of a grooming gang within one of India's largest companies and its campus in Nasik, many political parties went on record to make it a communal issue, to try and say that a few educated Muslims were being targeted. They tried to claim that Muslims being targeted becomes the headline, and they ran a campaign over it. And they tried to hire a few PR firms to push that campaign. But ladies and gentlemen, today we have accessed the entire 3,000-page chart sheet. Now, the news has been coming out in bits and pieces, but today for the first time, we've accessed a 3,000-page chart sheet that goes into full details of what really happened on the TCS campus. It's for the first time that we are getting into so much detail. Now, this chart sheet has confessions, has details of who met whom, where, who converted whom, and the sexual assault that also took place with TCS employees. Now, these are explosive details that are coming out for the first time. Here are the headlines on the live report. Republic accesses the entire 3,000-page truth about the TCS grooming gang. We expose the grooming gangs for the first time. Details of what happened on the TCS campus, detailed out in 3,000 pages. The role of Nida Khan, who the AIMIM and Asaduddin Owaisi claimed were educated Muslims being targeted. Her role fully exposed. She has confessed to the conversion racket at TCS. And that defense has fallen completely flat, along with Owaisi and his party leaders, including Imtiaz Jalil. Every claim that they made has fallen apart after the charge sheet. Dramatic developments in the national capital. Trinamool Congress leaders, the faces of the Trinamool Congress, have dumped Mamata Banerjee. Sushmita Dev, TMC MP, has quit the party, likely to join the BJP. Ladies and gentlemen, the TCS grooming gang story. For the first time, we have accessed the 3,000-page chart sheet, and this chart sheet goes into great details. We've put a report together to detail out what the report, or rather the chart sheet, says about what happened on the TCS campus. Here's the story. The truth about Nida Khan and the grooming gangs that operated in Nasik.
For weeks, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi called it a media trial. He claimed educated Muslims were being targeted, and he questioned the arrest of TCS conversion case accused Nida Khan.
कोई वर्डिक्ट नहीं दे सकते कोई भी। हम इस बात का खंडन करते कि बाज लोग जो है इसको ट्रायल बाय मीडिया कर रहे हैं, और अगर मीडिया जज ज्यूरी का काम करेगा तो बहुत खतरनाक बात यह है। तो हमको पूरा यकीन है कि अदालत इंसाफ करेगा इंशाअल्लाह, और ये इस बच्ची को बेकसूर करार देगा।
Charge sheet now reveals the AIMIM's role even further. When Nida Khan was on the run for weeks, she was not hiding alone. It was AIMIM corporator Mateen Patel who provided shelter to Nida Khan, helping her evade arrest. The charge sheet states Nida was eventually traced to a house in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar where she was staying with the members of her family. In fact, when questioned about Nida Khan's whereabouts, Mateen Patel also made reference to former AIMIM MP Imtiaz Jaleel.
ये बच्ची के ऊपर ये सब है क्या? इसके ऊपर सिर्फ एक कलम जो है वो ये लगी हुई है, हर्टिंग रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट्स। तो ये हम इसकी भी तायीद नहीं कर रहे, हम इसका भी सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं कि अगर हर्टिंग रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट्स अगर हुआ है। लेकिन दुर्भाग्यवश अब ये हो गया है कि कोई आरोप लगता है किसी के ऊपर, और हमारे देश का मीडिया है तो दिल्ली से आ जाता है, बम्बई से आ जाता है, और से यही उम्मीद करता है कि अब आरोप हो लग गया है तो चलो फांसी पे लटका दो।
Even after her arrest, AIMIM leader claimed she was a victim of media trial and insisted that the case was being politically driven.
This is the pure example of whether a person is educated or not. If you are radicalized, if you are brainwashed, this is what happens. And Nashik TCS case is the classic example of corporate jihad, because AIMIM supported saying that educated Muslims don't really do jihad. But now in the charge sheet, it is specifically mentioned rather it is confessed by the accused during the interrogation or the investigation.
But now the charge sheet filed by Special Investigation Team tells a different story. A story not of media trials but of statements, digital evidence and admissions recorded during the investigation. Republic has now accessed the charge sheet. The charge sheet that directly contradicts the defense put forward by AIMIM leaders. On page 411, Nida Khan is stated to have admitted that she took the Hindu victims to different places and asked her to offer namaz. On page 416, the charge sheet records Nida Khan's admission that her residence in Nasik, she taught the victim how to offer namaz, how to wear a burqa and how to use a hijab. Danish Sheikh, Tausif Atar and Nida Khan together told her that her Hindu name would not be accepted and that her new name would be Hania. They even discussed changing documents to reflect the new identity. Investigators also found the Hindu victim's contact is saved in Nida Khan's phone as Hania TCS. The most explosive revelation comes from the statements of co-accused Tausif Atar, who according to the charge sheet admitted that he, along with Nida Khan, identified soft targets inside the TCS campus and met regularly to execute their conversion plan. Investigators say these meetings were held inside the TCS cafeteria itself.
Nida Khan took the victim to various places and she forced her to wear burqa and niqab and as well as hijab. Also, not only this, they made derogatory statements against Hindu religion and Hindu deities, which was not acceptable to the victims.
The charge sheet has now brought on record the details that AIMIM once dismissed as media trial.
Okay, I'm going across to my colleagues. First up, who are joining us on the broadcast, Revati accessed the full charge sheet, the 3,000-page charge sheet, and Meenakshi has also been working on that story. I'm going across to them, and Charu Pragya and Syed Abbas are joining us live on the story. First up, Revati, what is interesting is the detailed role of Nida Khan in the grooming gang, right? For the first time, whatever the AIMIM, all the drama that they tried to sort of play over the last few weeks and months has fallen flat. Educated Muslim claim that they were being targeted. But that too, completely shattered in this charge sheet.
Right, Niranjan, as you rightly mentioned, that they were literally saving Nida Khan, but now in the charge sheet it is pretty much evident. Rather, we have those evidences which clearly state that Nida Khan, Tausif Attar, Danish Sheikh and others were into the conversion racket at Nashik TCS. The most shocking revelation is made in a charge sheet which says that all the three accused, Nida Khan, Danish Sheikh and Tausif Attar, were soft targeting the female employees of Nashik TCS, and they were trying to convert them, and they would frequently meet to execute this plan. Not only this, but also Danish Sheikh would frequently take one of the victims to a resort named Anand Resort in Nashik, and there he raped her there. And when she when she gave consent to establish physical relation, there he said that he would marry her. But in 2026, according to the charge sheet, mind you, I am making all the statements according to the charge sheet, in 2026 the victim came to know that he is married and he has two children. When the victim approached him and said that, are you married, why didn't you tell me this first, he replied that I was never interested in marrying you. But then he would constantly establish physical relations with her, and also during all these time he forced her to recite kalma and offer namaz. And also he said that before Bakri Eid 2025, 5 to 6 days prior to Bakri Eid, he said that you are ready for kalma, you have to recite kalma. And once she recited kalma, her Hindu name was changed to Hania. And then they didn't stop here. These grooming gang, these people went to a person named Kamil Sheikh, and there these guys said that we have already converted her to Islam, and now we want to make documents which would reflect her new name, which is Hania.
1 minute. I want to go across to stay with me. I have Varis Pathan on the phone line. Varis Pathan, can you hear me? Varis is a AIMIM leader. Can you hear me, Varis?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Varis, this is a 3,000-page chart sheet, and the chart sheet names Danish Sheikh, Nida Khan. Now, your party defended Nida Khan. You said educated Muslims were being targeted. This chart sheet says Danish Sheikh took the victim to Khandoba hilltop in Nasik, where he sexually assaulted her when the victim refused to marry. All three, Nida Khan, would often run down Hinduism. They would attack Hinduism, saying that they would tell the victim that Shivling is actually the ling, the private part of Shiva. Lord Krishna is a womanizer. Such pathetic things they would tell the victim. Now, I want to get your party's first response to this, Varis.
Yes, rating agencies, the police have done the investigation. They have recorded the accused and they have now filed the charge sheet. Now the matter is sub judice. It is for the court to decide what will happen the next, and all the legal procedures will have to be taken by the accused persons. So why should we come to conclusion and judgments? Let the matter be decided by the honorable court. You, me, everybody should have faith in the courts. The matter is sub judice. I mean, this is a 3,500-page charge sheet. See, truly speaking, I haven't read the charge sheet as yet. Being a lawyer, I will go to the charge sheet, come to the conclusion, whatever, so then I can make a statement about that. But now the matter is sub judice. See, whatever will happen, the courts will decide. Whether they are guilty, they are not guilty, everything will come before when the honorable courts read the evidence and come to a conclusion. But just with the media trial cannot take place.
No, media trial, no. After charge sheet, how is it media trial?